Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is E-Kailasa. I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. The world. All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth. Hinduism cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet. All of us are ecosystem.
Hinduism, by the principle of Dharmo Rakshati Rakshitaha. When you
flourish spiritually, the spiritual prosperity will happen to whole planet Earth. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. Just don't die within next 3 years. Be alive. Somehow be alive. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. It's my commitment to humanity. Just don't die within the next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. Paramashivoham will reach you with enlightenment science. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you direct enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva. whole world should become Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious, nationality background. You will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuous.
Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatītam Gaganasadusham Tattvamasyaadilaksham Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshim. I welcome all the viewers who are joining us today for this Parashakti Akashic reading program. And today is a very special day as Kailasa is observing the International Day of Peace as declared by the UN. So we will be having a very special event starting at 6:30 p.m. So ensure that you stay tuned for that and stay tuned for more details about this program. And now let us get started with the Parashakti Akashic reading program. So in this program, we will understand who is Devi Parashakti. Devi is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. She is the cosmic mother. She is where the Big Bang and black holes go on. Parashakti is the main deity of the sacred feminine and the divine consort of Bhagavan Paramashiva, who is the primordial divinity of Hinduism. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself about the relationship with the cosmic mother, first and foremost relationship is mother. Ability to learn and even idea to relate starts with the mother. How to relate starts with the mother. Understand your idea to relate, your ability to relate starts with the mother. It should be directed towards the cosmos. It should inspire you. It should awaken your higher consciousness. And today, out of his answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, understand what is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. As you may know, Devi Parashakti has been continuously manifesting through the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. So let us understand what exactly is the Bhava Samadhi Darshan and how the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is manifesting Devi Parashakti herself, the cosmic mother herself, to bless and heal each and every one of you. Bhava means attitude or aspect. So Bhava Samadhi means being one with the source through this aspect. And darshan means to have a glimpse of. In the Vedic tradition, it is used to describe the moment we behold a dating transformation in the receiver. Darshan is the powerful, superconscious vibration that is present around an avatar at all times. He simply radiates darshan just as the sun continuously radiates light. The auspicious moment when the receiver catches it becomes the moment of darshan for him. And now let us understand what is the science of the Bhava Samadhi Darshan. The first thing that you need to know is the divine cosmic beings are real. They manifest from Kailasa, the enlightened time-space zone, through deities and incarnations. And Bhava Samadhi Darshan is the science of the Nijavatara, manifesting Paramashiva, the consciousness. It is where formless, the being of Paramashiva, expresses through the Divya Sharira, the light body, and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form, the embodied form, for us to experience Paramashivoham. For example, Devi Parashakti expresses through the being of Rajarajeshwari and manifests as the Nijavatara, the physical form of Devi Meenakshi. And the Archavatara, the deity, reflects the consciousness and manifestation being of the superconscious energy. But human beings are not mature enough to receive the higher level experiences from the Archavatara directly. So the avatar, the physical embodied form, comes down to bridge the gap and creates the experience of superconscious energy in all of us. Being. This influx of superconscious energy visibly slows down the aging process, improves immunity to disease, and during the darshan, the whole brain becomes alive, turning into a superconductor of conscious energies that heals. Empowered neurons mirror that of the avatar. The mirror neurons activate and process all the observed movements or information of the avatar just by seeing. That is, the entire body can silently and without moving receive what is happening elsewhere through a process of direct observation, experiencing the superconscious energy radiated by the avatar. And let us understand what the Akashic readings are now. Akashic reading in the dimension of time starts the past, present, and future. And because Akashic records are stored in the Akasha, this space is clearly already recorded. But now let us understand who is the Supreme Pontiff and how he is manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of us. As we know, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, out of his extreme compassion, has been manifesting Devi Parashakti for each and every one of us to guide us, bless us, and heal us. Let us understand really who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and how he has happened. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, is the reviver of Kailasa, macrocosmic ancient enlightened Hindu civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adepts. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Kanchi Kailasa Sarvajñapītam, is the Inkamrapita Sarvajñapītam, and is the present Mahamandaleshwar of the Mahanirvaniya Kada, the largest apex monastic order. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwar of the Atala Kada, is the present 23rd Guru Mahasannidhanam of the Dharma Mukti Svaragapura Adinam, and has been elected as the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism by a congregation of over 1,000 Hindu leaders. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is revered as a teacher of Hinduism, the most prolific, most read, watched, and viewed leader, and has authored over 300 books and 10,000 articles in 3 languages, English, Tamil, and Sanskrit, and has over 20 million copies of books and articles sold and read and downloaded, and has over 10,000 hours of discourses delivered. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has enriched and reached over 1 billion lives digitally, and is respected as a commentator of all sacred scriptures, including the Upanishads, Bhagavad Gita, Shiva Sutras, Brahma Sutras, and more. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is honored as the leader of Hinduism, the most awarded, internationally recognized Hindu leader, is the reviver of 108 ancient Hindu sampradayas, is the establisher of the largest Hindu university, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu University, and is the establisher of over 1,000 plus Kailasa Enlightenment ecosystems. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the founder and reviver of over 100 Sarvajñapītams, and is the collector of the largest Hindu library with over 1 million books, 1 million palm leaf scriptures, and over 20 million digital books. So now with this, we will of the powers of Paramashiva and Parashakti with the Nithyananda Gurukul policy and the initiated disciples of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So please stay tuned for this very exciting segment where you will witness these Shaktis live. And do stay tuned for the special program for this Day of Peace, this International Day of Peace, as declared by the United Nations of the Powers.
What I mean by the word Kailasa, listen intently. Enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model community. Kailasas, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
You cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. If attack only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy.
Yes. Nithyananda, let's move on to the next segment now, which is the power manifestation segment, where all of you are going to be witnessing the live demonstration of the manifestation of extraordinary Shaktis by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. So before we begin, let us understand what are Shaktis? What are these powers that we are manifesting? It's hardwired to be able to manifest these 463 plus extraordinary Shaktis. And Paramashiva beautifully says that just with the cognition that you are the divine and that you need to manifest the divine, you can manifest these extraordinary Shaktis. Not with the cognition that you are a man and that you need to reach the divine. So let us see the fundamental difference between Shaktis and Siddhis. Shaktis are the powers which express and manifest from the space of enlightenment as a side effect of feeling connection with the divine and high integrity with the Guru. Shaktis are the source of enlightenment. Siddhis are the powers that manifest from tapas or penance for enlightenment. Siddhis are on the path of enlightenment. Shaktis are the powers which manifest through ordinary human beings and divert you from enlightenment. So who is the source of all these Shaktis? Paramashiva. Paramashiva is the primordial divinity in Hinduism, the ultimate reality and cause, which is self-effulgent, strength, prakasha, all-pervading, unchanging beyond time. space, form, and causality, and as the fundamental base of Avyaktada and manifest and Vyaktada manifest existence, he performs the Panchakritya, or the 5 cosmic acts of Srishti, creation, Sthiti, sovereign rulership and maintenance, Samhara, rejuvenation, Prabhava, pulling out of delusion, and Anugraha, liberating rest for all living entities. And Paramashiva himself has come down as the 1008th living incarnation and representation of Paramashiva and the representative of Kailasa, the reviver of Kailasa, the ancient Hindu civilizational nation, which is the great cosmic bodiless illumination. Ever since the beginning of the civilization, the Sanatana Hindu Dharma has been the cradle of highly enlightened beings and highly advanced sciences. And it is where the science these yogic sciences and transmitting it to the world at a record-breaking speed, which was never accomplished before. And Swamiji was recognized as an avatar at a very young age, and he was trained and taught and groomed by all the enlightened gurus. So you can see the Guru Parampara over here. You can see Mata Vibhudananda Puri, Pundi Swamigal, Lisati Swamigal, Annamalai Swamigal, Panchi Paramacharya, Siri Swamigal. So all of these enlightened sages, these enlightened masters, have trained and taught Swamiji to revive these sciences. And Swamiji has been reviving the sciences and has introduced the science of power manifestation from the disciplines of Vedanta, Tantra, Shri Vidya, Yoga, Yogic powers, Mantrashastra, Siddha Vidya, the science of Ausudha, Advaita, Bhakti Yoga, Paramashivoham, and Paramashivoham. So, how do we awaken these divine Shaktis? When every ultimate truth, jnana, gets mapped into our consciousness, prajna, we start manifesting powers, and it becomes a possibility for every being. Science of Diksha, how just with one look, touch, or word from the avatar, we can get initiated into these extraordinary Shaktis.
Diksha is the direct transfer of spiritual energy by an enlightened being through look, word, or touch. The traditional Vedic book Navaratneshwara states, Sarva samapi dikshanam muktihi phalamakhanditam avirodhat bhavantyeva prasangyastu bhuktayah. The main benefit of all initiations is moksha, enlightenment. As a side effect, health, wealth, leadership, and well-being happen. And in Rudrayamala Tantra, Shiva says, Devi diksha vihinasya na siddhihi na cha sadgatihi tasmat sarva prayatnena guruna dikshito bhavet. The one who is not initiated does not attain liberation nor a better future. So by all efforts, one should get initiated by Guru. What is the science of initiation? Neuroscience has proved that the process of initiation floods the brain with energy. This is the superconscious energy of Kundalini, our own highest inner potential energy. As the Kundalini flows from the thalamus to the cortex, it sets up a powerful energy loop within the brain, which awaits before. With increasing levels of coherence, the whole brain comes alive, turning into a superconductor. Initiation creates high awareness, visualization, creativity. It also slows the aging process and improves the immune system. Kundalini awakening, healing experience, levitation, teleportation, materialization. Experience the power of initiation through a range of exclusive programs conducted at the ashram. Nithyananda Dhyanapitham, Nithyananda Nagar, Biddi, Bengaluru.
Yes. So let us now see how the science of power manifestation is authenticated through the 4 aspects of evidences or pramanas. So the first is the Shastra Pramana, which are the eternal unchangeable truths, which are revealed in the source scriptures. The next is the After Pramana, experiences and results of Aftas, or the authorities of Hinduism, Vedic rishis and scientists who have time tested and verified this extraordinary experience of power manifestation. And last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, or the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Kapalantarmanonyasa Tishtannilitalochanaha Ramena manasodartyat Lakshaye lakshyamuttamam. The translation goes, by fixing the mind on the inner space within the crown center and sitting stably without any movement, having the eyes closed in succession, by that stability on the side that reveals any object or place, attaining the space of oneness with the source Paramashiva. The next is the Akta Pramana, where Bhagavan Sri Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. In the Hindu Purana, the Srimad Bhagavad Gita, Bhagavan Krishna initiates Arjuna into the power of third eye. Behold his Vishwarupa Darshan, the vision of his cosmic form. And the 11th chapter of the Srimad Bhagavad Gita contains the description of Bhagavan Sri Krishna's cosmic form, which is completely narrated by Kailasa drashtum anenaiva swachakshusha divyam dadami te chakshuhu pashyame yogamaishwaram. But you cannot see my cosmic form with these physical eyes of yours. Therefore I grant you the divine third eye. Behold my cosmic opulence. Let us now listen to the Atma Pramana, which is from the life of His Divine Holiness Swamiji, where Swamiji beautifully says how he was able to experience the power of third eye. So let us now listen to the Atma Pramana in the words of His Divine Holiness Swamiji himself.
Inside and outside broke. The first experience is that I was able to see the whole 360-degree, 10 direction, below me, everything. Experience. I felt that the skin of the stone on rock on which I was sitting and the skin of this body both carry me equally. In both I exist equally. The setting sun, rising moon, the whole Arunachala hill, all the plants, bush, shrubs, trees, everything, everything, everything. Just became so alive. The idea, something is inside,
The last is the Pratyaksha Pramana, the empirical evidence from observation and scientific experimentation. Study measures compare the metabolic cell activity of the brain in the conscious and meditative states using the PET, positron emission tomography. And when doing daily activities, high activity is measured in the brain where the third eye is located. And when in the deep state of samadhi, only the third eye region is active and almost 90% assisted by the Balasans of the Nithyananda. So we'll be back with all of you with a Balasant of the Nithyananda Gurukul who will be demonstrating this power of third eye to all of you today. So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana, the demonstration of the power of third eye by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Along with me, I have a Balasint of the Nithyananda Gurukul, Maniti Kalagarananda, who is 15 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating this extraordinary power to all of you today. So, as all of you can see, I have the medically tested eye band with me. In front is a complete opaque sheet, and behind is a thick sponge. There's no possible way of light entering in the eye band. The eye band is completely intact, and there's no possible way of any gap being there or any light entry. And this is a medically certified eye band, and it is time tested, open inside the eye band. There's no possible way of light entry. So I'm now going to be placing the eye band in Ma Kaladara's eyes. All of you can see I'm unstrapping the eye band in front of all of you and placing it on Ma Kaladara's eyes. Yes. Are you comfortable? Yes. So all of you can see Ma Kaladara is completely comfortable, and I request Ma Kaladara to turn to your right, left, up, and down. All of you can see how there is no possible way of a gap being done. There's no possible way of light entering. I request the YouTube comments to now be projected. All of you can go ahead, post your comments, share anything you want in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and you will be completely healed, and you will be able to see how the power of the third eye is being demonstrated in front of all of you.
Yes. So the latest comment is from Kalyani Raman, and she has posted, Amma, please heal my both hands. Please heal. My both hands are itching too much. Yes, ma, surely we'll do the healing in the next segment of the power of body scanning. And Kalyani, the previous comment is also from Kalyani Raman. She has posted a pink hibiscus flower, namaste emoji, and a red color heart. The previous comment is also from Kalyani Raman. She has posted Nithyananda. And the comment before that is from PIOTR WAJDA has posted Nithyananda with announced image. Just now the comment just came. It is the latest comment is from Mahacharan Chitananda, expression of me, I am. And she has posted Nithyananda, blissful birth, blessings to BRIGHT, blessings to us all, the exclamatory mark. And she has posted a butterfly emoji and a star with a circle around it, and a pink color flower, and again the star with a circle around, and a butterfly.
Amazing. That was a beautiful demonstration of the power of third eye. How all of you saw Kaladara was able to so fluently, without any mistake, read all the words which are there in the comment section. Read all the comments. And yes, Kalyani Raman, we will be doing the body scanning and healing for Yuma in the next segment, which is where we'll be doing the power of body scanning.
Yes. Subramani, and she has posted, Ma, please scan my full body, Ma.
Yes. Suresh, surely we'll be doing the body scanning for you in the next segment, which will be in just a few minutes. Yes, and that was a beautiful, extraordinary demonstration. The eye band is completely intact, and there is no possible way of light entering in this eye band. Yes, that was a beautiful demonstration, and we will now be seeing the pramanas for the next power, which is power of body scanning, right after a short break. And all of you will be witnessing the live demonstration of the power of body scanning by the Balasins of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Until then, if any of you want a body scanning or a remote vision, you can go ahead and post your comments in the Kailasa HDH Nithyananda YouTube channel, and we'll definitely be doing the body scanning and remote vision. So let us now see the Shastra Pramana for the power of body scanning, which comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Swadehe jagato vapi sukshma sukshmatarani cha tatmani yani nilayam yatmante vyajyate para. Bhagavan Paramashiva says, cognize deeply that from the subtle to the subtlest constitutive principles of your whole body, Swadeha, or of the whole universe, simultaneously consist of the essential reality. They are being absorbed in their source cause, Paramashiva, and by the experience of such restful awareness, one becomes. The next is the Apta Pramana, which is the reference of the power of body scanning from the life of a Siddha named Teriyar. Teriyar was a Siddha and one of the prominent disciples of Agatya. One day, a man suffering from a severe headache comes to Agatya for healing in his brain, and Agatya immediately instructs Teriyar, his disciple, to perform an open head surgery and remove the tumor. After the surgery is successful. Next is the Atma Pramana, which is the accounts of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam's life, who was also time tested and authenticated this science. On the 22nd of December, Swamiji beautifully reveals, paraphrasing his words, only when I had a multiple compound hand fracture was I was forced to go for surgery, and at that time they detected heavy metal methods instead of medical facilities to study the body condition due to the poisoning. Through the body scanning, I found out what the problems and imbalances had happened and why the balance had to be done. I used allopathy as a second opinion just to verify my findings. All these great avatars, these incarnations of Hinduism, are born as awakened beings, and they live beyond the usual sufferings of human life, even from the time of birth. Any incident which happens in their life, it is not an accident or an incident. It is a divine leela. It's a divine play. So let us now move on to the Sakshi Pramana. So all of you can see various disciples of Swamiji who have shared their experience of how they were able to manifest the power of body scanning with the grace of Swamiji. And let us now move on to Shastra Pramana for the power of remote vision, which also comes from the Vijnana Bhairava Tantra. Vyomakaram swamatmanam Bhagavan Paramashiva says, concentrate and cognize with restful awareness on oneself in the form of a vast etheric space or sky. Vyomakara herself as the form of one's essential nature of self. Next is the Apta Pramana, which is the experiences of Aptas or authorities of Hinduism. So the Apta Pramana comes from the life of Sanjaya, who is the charioteer of the blind king named Dhritarashtra. So in the Hindu Purana, the Mahabharata, the whole war, the sacred scripted charioteer Sanjaya. Sanjaya is initiated into the power of third eye, which is Duradrishti or Durashruti, which is remote vision and remote hearing distances. It is through Sanjaya's narration that humanity has received the sacred scripture, the Srimad Bhagavatam. Swamiji beautifully shares an incident from his life when he was with Narayana Swami Tata, who was one of the gurus and who was well known in Tiruvannamalai to see remote distances at peace. One day, a senior police officer came to Narayana Swami Tata seeking help to find a thief whom they were searching for the last 1 week. Narayana Swami Tata turned towards Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and asked him to see the whereabouts in the mirror with the Jnananjana applied. And not only that, to also show the police officer where the thief is. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism not only saw the whereabouts of the thief in the mirror, but also showed the same to the police officer, after which the thief was caught in the same location as revealed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And last is the Sakshi Pramana. You can see the disciples and devotees, the initiated disciples, who have shared their experience of how they have successfully started manifesting the power of remote vision just with the initiation of Swamiji. Beautiful. So let us now witness the live Sakshi Pramana of the power of body scanning and remote vision. So we'll be back right after a short break with the Balasans of the Nithyananda Gurukul. Yes. So now I'm back with the Balasant, an extraordinary Balasant of Nithyananda Gurukul Maniti Brahma Yogananda, who is 13 years old, and she is going to be demonstrating the power of body scanning to all of you today. Suma Kalyani Raman has actually requested for peace. Suresh Subramani has requested for full body scan. Yes, I will be doing the body scanning for you. And the moment Ma Brahma Yoga is done with the Ma Kalyani Raman, so you can go ahead.
Yes, so Ma Kalyani Raman, and it will start healing automatically in 2-3 days to be fine. And yes, so Ma Natalia has requested Kuchmova. She has stomach and cancer surgery. Thank you. Yes, Ma, I'll be doing the body scanning and healing for your mother.
Yes, Abdamayaga, you can go ahead. And yes, so Suresh Subramani has requested for a full body scan. I will be doing the body scanning for you, Aya. And Celine Ji has also requested for a body scanning for Marian Afolter. And yes. And Ma Natalia, just before Ma Brahmayoga starts the body scanning for your mother, I request you to get the consent of your mother as it is our doing the body scanning, as it is our integrity to get the individual person's permission. And then I'll be doing the body scanning for Suresh Subramani Aya. And any one of you who are watching this program right now, you can go ahead, request for a body scanning for anyone and just with their consent. And you can also request for a body scanning for yourself. You can request for a remote vision of your house, office, or any of the places you want the remote vision to be done. And we will be gladly doing it for all.
Okay, yes, so Ma Selenji has posted. She has agreed. Yes, so yes, Ma Selenji, I'll be doing a body scanning for Ma.
Yes. Suresh Subramaniaya, I did the body scanning for you, and Paramashiva revealed that you are not sleeping on the you are not sleeping on a proper bed, yeah. And Paramashiva is revealing that for and Paramashiva is revealing that for the next few days you should be sleeping on the floor, as it will really do a lot. Means not directly on the floor. You can put a mat, but not on a mattress. Yeah. This is what Paramashiva is revealing. One more thing, Paramashiva also revealed that you have to start adding more ghee into your food. Anything which you eat, start adding more ghee, and you need to add more ghee in your food. And Paramashiva also revealed that you should start eating more pumpkin, aya. And yes, that was the body scanning. This was the solution which Paramashiva revealed. There's a lot of heat and not proper digestion, and you are not sleeping in the proper way, which is causing a lot of body pains for you. So for the next few days, you also sleep on the floor, of course with a mat or something, but not on the mattress. And Ma Mahajalandhara Sthitananda has posted, Yoga Pranama, a stone that I have that's commonly called Shiva's eye, has disappeared. Can you?
So Ma Selenji, Paramashiva revealed to me that Ma Marian has a lot of toxins in her body, and that is affecting all her internal organs. That they're getting really weak, and her whole nervous system is getting really weak because of the amount of toxins she has. So the solution which Paramashiva revealed is she should immediately go on Nirahara Samyama, and she should try to have as much of, like, she should have a lot of fruit juices, but they should be as like the most organic type of ones that you can find. And other than that, also she should have a lot of buttermilk to cool her body down. And also she should start doing the Panchakriya. Just to follow this till she'll start, like, she will feel the energy increasing and the strength increasing in her body automatically. Until she gets that feeling, she should really do this intensely. After she gets that, she can continue the Panchakriya. She can continue eating normal food, but she should also, like, she should not stop doing Panchakriya. But till she gets that, she should like strictly follow the Nirahara Samyama, and she will get healed.
Yes, beautiful scanning and a solution. And Basudev Neval Das has requested for a scanning specifically for his eyes. Isma Brahma Yoga, you can go ahead and do the body scanning for Aya. And yes, Ma Mahajalandhara Nithyananda Paramashiva revealed Ma it's actually not disappeared. I was able to see it next to your bed. I was able to see like a bundle of clothes. And in your locker, there's like like in your shelf, there's a few clothes which are not arranged. And it's under your bed. I don't know how it got under your bed, but Paramashiva is revealing these two areas. So please do check, Ma. And yes, but it is there in your house only. It is next with your clothes, and I was able to see under the bed. So please do check these both two places now.
Yes, Sebastian, I will that. So yeah, Paramashiva reveals to me energized kajal on your eyes. You'll see that you'll like the power of your eyesight will become really strong and really powerful. You do Paramashiva gave us just normal kajal, we take it, and when Swamiji comes live, like get the joint two-way or something, and just let his grace, his blessings fall on that, and like get it energized from Swamiji, and start putting that on your eyes every day. You'll experience something really amazing for you. And also Paramashiva revealed that you should start putting kumkum on your third eye every day. You should without miss every.
Yes. And Ma Celine T has gotten back the link. Thank you. Yes, Ma, thank you for getting back in the chat section. Ma Mahajalandhara Nithyananda has posted. I had a look under the bed. Didn't see it there, but I know they disappear and reappear at times. He wants me to look for him. Thanks, Ma. Yes, Ma. So just call out to Paramashiva, and he has revealed two places. So you can go ahead and check again and call out to Paramashiva, and he will automatically come to you. And Baste Aya, one more thing Paramashiva just revealed in my third eye was you have a lot of heat in your body. Yes, Payata Vajra has requested for a body scanning. Brahmayoga, you can go ahead and do the body scanning. So let me continue. Baste Aya, you have a lot of heat in your body, and that is the reason why sometimes you feel very stressed and like you can't see it. So one time Brahma Yoga tool is a very good solution through the third eye to get the energized Kaji Swamiji and apply it on your eyes. And one more thing Paramashiva revealed was to put a wet cloth on your eyes before sleeping. That will really bring the heat down. Every night before sleeping, take some castor oil, rub it on your foot.
Yeah, Paramashiva revealed to me that you're having a lot of gas in your body, and that is really troubling you. It's going all over and it's really hurting. Many parts of your body are hurting. So the solution which Paramashiva revealed for that is firstly you have to do the Pavana Muktasana. This will really help you. You can do like if you don't know what asana is that, you can just look it up on Google. And also Paramashiva revealed to me that every day in the morning at 4 o'clock you should do Nithyananda Yoga, Prathama Vijnasa Krama. Authentically do it with all the 12 components and all the bandhas and everything, and you'll see that it will really help you in releasing your revealing yourself with all the gas, and also it will help you in building a yogic body.
Yes, beautiful scanning. Payata Vajraya, I request you to get back in the chat section. Basde Aya has gotten back the link. Thank you, Ma. Yes, Aya. Thank you for getting back in the chat section. Kaushal Patel has posted, please heal my energy. I feel I lost interest. I couldn't able to do work on my goal. Yes, Aya, I did this scanning for you. Paramashiva revealed it is just self-denial. You just don't want to do it, and you're not clear with what you want to do. You want to do something, but you are not clear with it, and anything which you decide to do, because of that confusion which you're having, you are not doing it authentically. So you're putting yourself in self-denial. Oh God, I won't be able to do it. And you're holding a very low cognition about yourself. So if you just complete with that one cognition and start seeing everything as Paramashiva, or start doing the puja every day, Aya. Just do the Father puja every day to Swamiji, and you will see that your energy really just shoots up, and that you will see so much of change in you. So I request Kaushal Patel, Payatra Vajda to get back in the chat section. And anyone who wants a remote vision also, you guys can go ahead and request in the chat section. We'll gladly be doing a remote vision for you. You can request to scan a scanning for your house, your office, any place you want to be scanned. Till then, Ma Brahmayaga, why don't you go ahead and share your experience? How do you manifest the power of body scanning? So beautiful. You are able to see solutions, you are able to see the problem, you are able to see root problem. How do you see it and how do you manifest? And how do you feel just being a 13-year-old girl? You are being able to manifest these
Scanning is first of all, yes, of course, I'll close my eyes and I'll pray to Paramashiva to show me what is in the other person's body. And after that, the way he shows it to me, like he shows it in two ways. First, like I'll get an image of like a black body, and if the person has image will disappear, and I'll get another image. If the image is like the person should eat a lot of carrots, and I'll see an image of a few carrots. And like the whole thing is like really colorful, and it's like a whole 3D thing which I'm seeing. And another way which I get is like if the person is having, I'll literally feel it. And again, the solution I get it in the same way. I'll see an image of the, yes, I'll see that the person like gets back saying, yes, ma, it's correct, thank you. I feel really happy that like because of like Swamiji is able to enrich everyone.
Wow, amazing. How so beautifully she was able to share how she feels as so blessed to be an instrument of Swamiji to help so many people all across the globe. Amazing. That was a beautiful sharing. Your explanation has requested for a scan for how to get rid of her fear and impending health issues. Now, Ramya, you can go ahead and do the body scan with the Ramya Ganesh. And yes. So, Ashok Patel, Paramashiva revealed that there is a lot of pitta. Pitta is also bile. There's a lot of bile in your body, Aya, and there's a lot of unwanted junk in your body, which you are not releasing out. So Paramashiva revealed that for the next 21 days, you should be doing the Rama Nirahara Samyama, which is just eating 10 days along with Panchakriya, especially Enema Aya, and this will really help you. And Payata Vajraya has gotten back telling, yes, ma, completely right. I will start to do the Pada Puja to Swamiji and keep a high cognition about myself. Thank you very much. Yes, Aya, and
yes, I have done the scanning for Ramya Ganesh Aya.
Just before that, Balakrishna Aya has requested, Swami, I was always angry with my brother. Please help me to overcome it. Yes, yes, Balakrishna Aya, surely we'll be doing the body scanning for you. I'll be doing it for you.
Yes, so Ramya Ganeshaya, Paramashiva revealed to me that okay, yes. So Paramashiva revealed to me that you're having doubt and self-hatred inside you. And the solution which Paramashiva revealed for that is do the samskara dahana kriya and read the living enlightenment book. Follow these two solutions intensely. Whenever you get time, just take the living enlightenment book and talk to Swamiji, because like Swamiji has told that the living enlightenment book is like actual living Swamiji. So just talk to him, ask him for solutions, read the book whenever you can, and also do the samskara dahana kriya. Follow these two solutions and you'll see that all your health issues and your fear will disappear.
Yes, beautiful. That was a beautiful body scanning for Ma Ramya Ganesh. So, yes, Ma, I request you to get back in the chat section and really what Ma Brahmanaga said about how Swamiji is really living in the living enlightenment book is completely true. Out of own experience, anytime, whether I feel powerless, angry, or even happy, or anything, if I just ask any question to Swamiji and open the book, it is as if he is listening to me. He is there answering my question. Exactly the first thing which I see in the page is exactly what clicks to me. Kaushal Patel has gotten back telling, thank you, Ma. Yes, Aya, thank you for getting back. And Balakrishnan Aya has requested for a scanning. And yes, so Balakrishnan Aya, Paramashiva revealed it is actually not any external anger. There's no reason also for your anger. Your anger is because of the parasites inside. Even when you are not angry, even if you're not seeing your brother provoking you for getting angry at your brother, even if there's no reason at all. So you really have to do the detoxing, Aya, because there's a lot of parasites and toxins in your body, which is really destroying your stomach from inside. It is destroying your organs from inside. So please start doing the Panchakriya, start doing the enema and start doing the Panchakriya. Paramashiva revealed for the next 11 days, you should do the Nithyananda Nirahara Samyama, which is just being on any liquids. So just do the Nithyananda Nirahara Samyama for the next 11 days and along with intense Panchakriya every day without fail, Aya, and you will really get over this.
And yes, so that was an amazing standing for Balakrishna for you. And Paramashiva revealed that actually first thing he revealed that it is not good if you have your marriage in this year. So like Paramashiva revealed that next.
And yes, Ashok Patel has gotten back telling thanks for the solution, Ma. Yes, Aya, thank you for getting back. And Ma Ramya Ganesh has gotten back telling Thank you, Ma, for the scanning me. I will do Samsara Dahana Kriya and be living enlightenment. Yes, thank you, Ma Ramya Ganesh, for getting back. And Salim Ji has again requested for a body scan, Ma. We will surely be doing the body scanning for you, but in the further programs, Ma, as now due to the interest of time, we will not be able to do the body scanning. You can definitely join back tomorrow at 4 p.m. IST, and definitely we'll thank you for joining us. And I can see so many people were flooding the comments today. Thank all of you for joining us, and it was a great pleasure to join. And the power of third eye being demonstrated by the Balasans of the Nithyananda Guru. With this, we are going to be moving on to the next segment. We thank all of you for joining us. Thank you, Nithyananda.
Yes, so that was a wonderful demonstration of the powers of third eye that we all saw just now. So now let us move to the next segment of this program, where all of us will be much more about Devi Parashakti. So in this segment, we will be learning about the divine feminine consciousness, about who is Devi Parashakti. We will be first looking at the Dhyana Shloka of Devi Parashakti, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama Dhyana Shloka. Sindhuraruna vigraham trinayana manikya spurate tarana vanebhya malipurna ratna chashakam raktotpalam bibratim saumyam ratna gatasta raktachara. Divine Mother is to be meditated upon as shining in a vermilion body, with triple eyes sporting a crown of rubies studded with a crescent moon, a face all smiles, a splendid bust, one hand holding a jewel cup brimming with mead, and the other twirling a red lotus, which comes from the Lalita Sahasranama. Says, Arunam karunatarangataakshim dritapashankushapushpabhanachapam animadiviravrutam ayukaihi vibhavaye bhavani. And the translation for this verse says, I meditate on the great Empress. She is red in color and her eyes are full of compassion. She holds the noose, the bow, and the flowery arrow in her hands. She is surrounded on all sides by powers such as anima of rays, and she is the self within her. And Devi Parashakti is the ultimate pure feminine consciousness. Parashakti is the cosmic mother. It is her cosmic womb, the Brahmanda Yoni, from which billions and billions of universes manifest. And it is the source where the Big Bang and black holes go on and on. And Parashakti is the source Shakti, the source energy, the source power. And out of her extreme love and compassion, Devi Parashakti herself is manifesting through the embodied form as in gracing us, answering all of our questions, attending to our prayers, giving boons, healing us, revealing our past, present, and future, delivering profound spiritual truths, and ultimately giving us the experience of Paramashivoham itself. And Devi Parashakti beautifully introduces herself and says how she is manifesting as the Nijavatar of the Supreme Personality. She says, raising as Omkara, expressing as Vedas and Avamas, blossomed as Hrimkara, filled as Parashodasi, living in 40 triangles. The Kailasa Swami is in Kailasa, Sri Purachintamani, Parashakti, sitting as part of Paramashiva, Parameshwari who rules the world, Paramashakti, Manonmani, Meenakshi, Brahmandayoni, Shami, Chandramauli, Rapala, Aparna, Uma, Parvati, Savitri, Navayovana, Samrajya Lakshmi, Parameshwari, Parashakti, Meenakshi. Taking the form of Nithyananda, I came here as Nijavatara, without as Nijavatara. And Devi Parashakti continues to say, from the oneness of Om, blossoming into two as Prakriti and Purusha, blossoming as three Shaktis, Icha, Kriya, and Jnana, growing as four Vedas, expanding as five Panchabhutas, beyond six chakras, filled as gotras of seven rishis, expanding as eight directions, existing as nine grahas, blossoming as 10 indriyas, being as 11 rudras, creating all the worlds, bringing life to tell and make truth blossom and to do good. Parashorasi, Meenakshi, in the form of Nithyananda, I came to bless every one of you. And now let us see how we can receive Devi Parashakti. So literally you are seeing Paramashiva and Parashakti at that moment. She is there on your screen. So always receive her in a very traditional way. You can keep 2 wheat leaves, 1 banana, 1 betel nut, and a coin in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti. And for those of you, so literally a coin is actually considered the traditional dakshina in the Hindu tradition. It can be the lowest value. In India, it can even be just 1 paise, and in the US, it can even be just a cent. Swamiji says, I'm not trying to monetize. Keep even 1 cent is okay. So for 100 days, if you have darshan, it will add up to $1. In India, even where you can do namaskar and eat the banana, the betel leaf, and the betel nut, taking it as prasadam immediately. And the coins that you collect, you can say, be wondering, how will it benefit you? And whether it will benefit you physically, emotionally, or mentally, how will it benefit you? So this betel leaf and betel nut may look too small, but in a few days, you will see how much it adds to your sentiment that really Devi Parashakti you and raise you to powerful emotions. It will break your unconscious behavior. And banana, the coin on a plate, as you watch Devi Parashakti and receive her. You can also keep a few additional items such as a few fresh flowers, kumkum, turmeric, glass bangles, and a coconut. But the 4 basic items that are kept as part of the tambulam is the betel leaf, the betel nut, the banana, and the coin. So you can keep it in front of the screen as you watch Devi Parashakti, and you can receive her in a very traditional way. So the next time you are setting up to receive Devi Parashakti, you can arrange your own set of tambulam and keep it in front of the screen to receive Devi Parashakti. And with that, we come to a conclusion of this segment where we have learned of this program, where all of us will be learning what exactly Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic reading and how important it is for us to understand, internalize, and follow what Devi Parashakti has revealed on all the ways, problems that humanity is. The next segment where we will be learning what Devi Parashakti has revealed in the Akashic.
Listen intensely. Enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself, in your own home, wherever you are. If you cannot come to Kailasa, it's okay. Kailasa can come to you. Kailasa coming to you is Kailasa.
I will revive Hinduism. I am a Hindu revivalist, not by any revolution, but by evolution. And setting model communities. Kailasa, enlightenment ecosystems, Sarvanya Pitas all over the world.
All powerful cognition, knowledge, only when you live, power manifestation and possibilities manifestation happens. It's a fundamental truth.
Cannot live exclusively as one sampradaya. No. All sampradayas of Hinduism is an ecosystem. So don't keep quiet thinking that if one sampradaya is attacked, only that sampradaya is going to be affected. All of us are ecosystem.
I invite all of you to get involved and enjoy Hinduism by the principle of Dharma protects you.
We will make the whole planet flourish spiritually. The spiritual prosperity will happen to the whole planet. We all have to coexist together.
Just be alive for next 3 years. Don't die within next 3 years. I'm working sincerely. I will reach you somehow. Somehow I will reach you. Just don't die within next 3 years. I will reach you wherever you are, whichever corner of the world you may be. I will reach you with enlightenment. You manifesting the space, state, powers, being Paramashivoham. It is possible, and it is possible for you. I know he is going to do the job. Just be alive for next 3 years. Nothing else.
We get you health. We get you ability to build beautiful relationships in your life. We get you we won't stop giving you just good life. We will literally not stop till you live enlightened life. Manifesting the state of Paramashiva, space of Paramashiva, powers of Paramashiva, being of Paramashiva. Kailasians.
I want the whole world to know Hindus have something great to contribute to the world. We have something great to contribute to the world. Let us do that.
Kailasa is proper customized spiritual service helping you to identify your root patterns of suffering. We have perfected the science of helping every individual from every cultural, religious you will have lowest reactionary assumptions, highest awakened response, alive response for life continuously. Kailasa is enlightenment ecosystem, literally enlightenment itself in your own home, wherever you are. Proper customized spiritual service helping you to complete with your life negativity. With the trust, we can support you aligning your diet, your attitude, your aptitude, your understanding about life. We can help you with everything. If you are interested in enlightenment, we will immediately bring this to you. If you are not interested, we will explain the whole science, inspire you and make you interested in enlightenment time. We need to cater this enlightenment science to the whole world wherever they are, because enlightenment is the birthright of all human beings. Kailasa is responsible to provide that to all human beings. Kailasa is the totality of the knowledge I received from my gurus and practice manifested in my life, perfected by teaching millions of people from all cultures, time zones, backgrounds, genders, nationality, race, from every creed. So this app in your home, without even you moving out of your couch, free of cost. There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He's the 9 unknown god.
There's a village full story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he is still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. Amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth.
Nithyananda, welcome back to your viewers. So now, before we enter into this next segment, we will just be going through a few posts that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has posted on has, as well as a very special proclamation offered to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. 9 unknown god.
There's a village folk story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he is still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth.
There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He's a 9 unknown god.
There's a village full story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he is still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve.
Sorry. Nithyanandam, welcome back to your viewers. Sorry for the technical glitch. Yes, we will just be reading the post on today's International Day of Peace made by the official page of the Supreme Court of Hinduism. So Kailasa's Department of Human Services, in collaboration with Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Global Peace and Religious Harmony, Sri Kailasa Uniting Nations for Peacekeeping, and Kailasa's Department of Information and Broadcasting, is announcing a digital global poster making contest on the occasion of these is present a visually appealing Supreme concept of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, over the last 26 years in advancing the United Nations Sustainable Development Goals and creating an equitable and sustainable world. The creative digital poster must contain the essential elements along with the contributions of Kailasa and the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, including Tiruvannamalai Hill, Madurai Temple, the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, Ananda Ganda photo, the Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvatnyapita banyan tree, and the Kailasa flag. So you can post your digital poster by Kailasa, #Nithyananda. So the contest is open to one and all. So please submit your digital poster by 11:59 PST on the 21st of September 2021. The winning digital poster will be selected and posted on the official handle of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam. And here we have the sample poster. So you too can partake in this lovely contest and have the opportunity for your digital poster to be posted on the official handle of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism himself. So do not miss out on this opportunity. Do take time to participate in this fun contest and ensure that you enjoy and celebrate this International Day of Peace, and that we can all celebrate and recognize all of the contributions. Now we will also see another post made on the official page of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism in regards to a proclamation made and offered to the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. So we will be getting that to you in just a moment. Soon at 6:30 p.m. we will be having a very special panel, and we will be able to hear all about the various contributions in the field of peace and what all the Supreme Concept of Hinduism has been doing over the last 26 years. And yes, here we have the official proclamation offered to the Supreme Concept of Hinduism. The Sri Kailasa office of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasanidanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, has Atma Shanti of the Honorable Sri 108 Mahan Narendra Giriji. And we can view the full PDF. So we can go to this link and view the full PDF of this proclamation by Sri Narendra Giriji. This is the Atma Shakti of the Honorable Sri Narendra Giriji, and you can see the photo of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and the Honorable Sri Narendra Giriji. And today, on September 20th, 2021, for our nation, Kailasa, mourns the loss of the most dedicated defender, protector, and one of the most powerful voices of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Mahant Sri Narendra Giriji Maharaj, the Adi Yaksha president of the Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad, All Indian Council of Akhadas, the oldest and largest apex body of Hinduism. Mahant Sri Narendra Giriji Maharaj also headed the Balgambari Gadi, which is one of the oldest Gadi ashrams in Allahabad, and the Hanuman temple in Prayagraj. To ABAP consists of 1 million plus dedicated sadhus, saints, that function as their sister organizations or subsidiaries, carrying the ideological connection yet having their independent identity. Historically, the Akhadas were founded by Paramashiva himself, and later in 748 CE, Adi Shankaracharya formally organized and unified the Hindu theologies, ideologies, and principles that exist when Sanatana Hindu Dharma in intimacy to Hinduism's core spiritual traditions in the form of the Akhadas, or the apex bodies of Hinduism. Mahant Sri of true unification and revival of Hinduism in all its glory. He was influential and inspirational figure, epitomizing power of government, legal authorities, judiciary, and politicians. He had personality to stand, understand, and defend the whole Hinduism on numerous occasions. And in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and yes, we can continue on. Yes, we can go to the top. And so, in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, since 2007, I have personally known and shared a long, beautiful relationship with Mahant Sri Narendra Giriji Maharaj. He has always expressed his support for the continuum of the uniting services in various religious, spiritual, and humanitarian efforts of Kailasa in advancing faith, peace, and harmony through several initiatives, including organizing Kumbh Mela, the oldest and largest spiritual congregation worldwide. Kailasa is the only nation or authorized by Akhila Bharatiya Akhada Parishad to conduct Kumbh Mela outside the borders of India. Mahant Sri Narendra Giriji Maharaj has further officiated numerous international religious conclaves, treaties, and summits hosted by Kailasa. I personally, in the words of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, I personally and on behalf of defender and protector of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, Mahant Sri Narendra Giriji Maharaj, we are indeed saddened at the huge, irrecoverable loss to Hinduism, as it has lost one of the greatest doyens who envisioned the true unification and revival of Hinduism in all its glory. The legacy and contribution of the Honorable Shri 108 Mahant Swami Narendra Giriji to Hinduism will never be forgotten and will forever be recorded in the history of our nation, Kailasa. In witness whereof, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism continues on, I have hereunto set my seal, this 20th day of September in the year of 2020 and in accordance with the Vedic calendar during the Shri Shveta Varaha Kalpa Vaivasvat Mantre Ashtavimsritame Nityuge Pradame Pade Sharvari Nama Samatsare Dakshina Shri Lakshmi Venkateshwara Rito Kanyamase Shukla Pakshe Purnimayam Shubhadito Somavasa Yuktayam Purva Bhadrapada Nakshatra. Here you can see the more photos of Shri Narendragiriji Maharaj visiting the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in Adi Kailasa. And we can see the caption on the photo. So Mahant Swami Shri Narendragiriji, yes, more photos of in his personal statement, the Honorable President Shri 108 Mahant Swami Narendragiriji, who leads 14 apex bodies of Hinduism, akhadas, with 1.2 million monks, declared 1 week ago, said he is the backbone of Sanatana Hindu Dharma. All the people who are connected to Swamiji, His Divine Holiness Paramahamsa Nithyananda, are very much fortunate. Today, I consider myself also fortunate as I am connected to Swamiji. In the topic of this great ascetic saint, it is my belief that on the strength of the tapas, the penance, and the dhyana, the meditation, man becomes transformed into divine. Today, on coming to his adinam in front of you, seeing the austerity, penance, and strength of the Honorable Nithyananda Swamiji, I felt that in reality, I have come into the presence of a Divya Purusha, the divine being. And so this was the statement that you can see the statement. And the letter in Hindi script of Mahant Shri Narendragiriji Maharaj proclaiming the divine austerity, spiritual penance, the strength of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, and his contributions to Sanatana Hindu Dharma and humanity. So you can see the proclamation, the Atma Shanti of the Honorable Shri Narendragiriji Maharaj. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, recognizes the Atma Shanti of the Honorable Shri 108 Mahant Narendragiriji Maharaj and has given this proclamation. Yes. So you can see the full proclamation. And this was officially signed, and yes, you can see the photos. Yes, and Shri Narendragiriji, the head of the Akhila Bharatiya Akada Parishad, honors Kailasa's camp in Kumbh Mela, expressing his gratitude to the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Paramashivam, for the unwavering and incessant contributions to Hinduism. So you can see the photos of Shri Narendragiriji Maharaj and Nithyananda Paramashivam in a religious congregation in Varanasi, India, with the ceremonial large garland and acknowledging his divine lineage successors. And you can see again the personal statement made by the Honorable President Shri 108 Mahant Swami Narendragiriji Maharaj, recognizing the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's contributions to Hinduism and his presence as a Divya Purusha, the divine being. And yes, here is the statement in Hindi. Yes. Now, with this, we will be understanding some of the various revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity during this time. And we will go through these revelations and understand them a little bit more deeply and understand the science behind them. So let us now enter into this segment. And all of you can also stay tuned for the upcoming program on this International Day of Peace. We will be having a panel and discussing the topic of peace, as well as all of the contributions that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made in the field of peace. So do stay tuned for this segment coming up in a short while. And in the meantime, we will be continuing on with the Parashakti Akashic reading program. We will be exploring some of the revelations made by Devi Parashakti for humanity. So in the Guru Padaka Stotram, composed by Adi Shankaracharya, the very first verse describes how the Guru Padaka, the sacred feet of the Guru, is the boat that helps us cross the Ananta Samsara Samudra, the seemingly endless ocean of samsara or suffering.
And the samsara samudratara naukayitabhyam guru bhaktitabhyam vairagya samrajyada pujanabhyam namo namaha shri guru padukabhyam. And the translation for this verse says, salutations to the sandals of my Guru, which is the boat which helps me cross the endless ocean of life, which endows me with the sense of devotion to my Guru, and by worship of which I attain the dominion of renunciation.
Navigate ourselves and lost in the overwhelming vastness of the suffering that surrounds us during this pralaya, the great deluge. Our loved ones are dying due to the pandemic. Our homes are being destroyed due to the natural disasters. Social institutions are crumbling, and the whole of humanity is in a desperate and dire need of hope. And the Cosmic Mother has come to alleviate the suffering of humanity.
And it is at this time that the Supreme Point of Hinduism, the incarnation of cosmic superconsciousness, out of his love and compassion, having taken the spiritual responsibility for the conscious breakthrough of the whole humanity, as literally the boat that sails us through the pralaya. And Devi Parashakti is herself manifesting through the Javatara and answering each and every one of our, not just attended to us individually, but also to humanity at large. And Devi Parashakti has guided the whole humanity in the form of relations of profound sacred secrets of Sanatana Hindu Dharma, and showing us the future regarding global issues, the COVID pandemic, natural disasters such as fires, floods, and etc., and even the twisted human conspiracies and underground wars which have not surfaced to And in this segment, we will be elaborating on the statistical and scientific and scriptural references of each sacred revelation, which has manifested precisely as the same guidance emerged from Devi Parashakti, for us to imbibe deeply and start following as Devi Parashakti continues to protect us until this storm ends and we safely harbor on the shores of our consciousness. So now let us see the manifestation of Devi Parashakti, what she has revealed in the Akashic readings. Let us look at the revelations of Devi Parashakti on the eight methods to protect yourself from COVID-19, revealed on the 30th of April 2021.
Parashodasi Meenakshi, Parameshwari Meenakshi, Parashakti Meenakshi. இங்கு எழுந்து அருளினோம் எல்லோர்க்கும் ஞானமும் தன்மையும் தந்திட நன்மையெல்லாம் அளித்திட நாமே வந்தோம் இங்கு. கைலாசத்தின் சுவாமினியாய் பரமசிவன் கிரகத்திருந்து நம் அனுக்கிரகத்தினால் நித்யானந்தன் விக்கிரகமாய் மலர்ந்தோம். உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நல்லதை செய்திட, நன்மையை சொல்லிட, தர்மார்த்த காம மோக்ஷம் எனும் புருஷார்த்தங்கள் நாளும் பொங்கி மலர்ந்திட வந்தேன் இங்கு. மாந்தர்கள் கொடுந்தொற்று கொரோனா கண்டு அஞ்ச வேண்டாம். 8 வழியின் மூலமாகவும் எண்ணத்தில் தியானித்து என்னை மூலமாய் என்னை சரணடைதல் 2. எங்கெல்லாம் என் மகமாரி வடிவத்தில் நான் குடிகொண்டிருக்கின்றேனோ அங்கெல்லாம் பூமிதித்து என்னை வழிபடுவது 3. நெஞ்சில் மஞ்சள் தடவி வேப்பம் சாரருந்தி தினந்தோறும் என்னை தியானிப்பது 4. நிர்விகல்ப நிலையிருந்து நித்யானந்தத்தை நிறைத்து உயிர்வது 5. சிவ நாதத்தை அஜபா ஜபமாய் நிகழ்த்தல் 6. நிறைவான பூரண மனத்தோடு வாழைப்பழத்தோலும் வெங்காயமும் குதிகாலில் வைத்து 10 பூரணமாய் பரிபூரணமாய் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் நினைப்பும் மறப்பும் அருந்த உணர்வு ஸ்மரணையில் அகம் அகம் என ஸ்புரிக்கும் அருணாச்சல ஸ்மரணையில் ஆனந்த ஸ்புரணத்தில் இருப்பது 8 எனும் 8 முறையிலும் என எண்ணியோர் அத்துணை பேருக்கும் இல்லை கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் தாக்கமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் பயமும் கொரோனா கொடுந்தொற்றின் மயக்கமும் வாழ்வீர்கள் வளத்தொடு நல் ஞானம் யோகத்தொடு நாமே நிம்மோடு நானே நீயாய் நீயே நானாய் நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்வீர்கள். 8இல் 1 செய்தாலும் பரமேஸ்வரி மீனாட்சி
Let us now look at the translation for Devi Parashakti's revelation and understand Devi Parashakti's revelation in English.
Yes, so let us look at the revelations in English. The translation to the revelation Devi Parashakti made on the 30th of April 2021. Oh humans, don't be scared of the deadly infection corona. Through these 8 ways, praying and meditating on me, surrendering to me through social media, wherever I am, residing, meditating on me every day, being in an unclutched state, filled with eternal bliss.
Doing the Ajaba Ajaba of the cosmic sound, Shiva, 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 with complete mind, applying banana peel and onion in the heels and going to sleep, and being in the state beyond any remembrance or forgetting in the Arunachala Purana that blossoms as a aham, aham in the state of Ananda Purana. And everyone who thinks on me through these 8 ways, they will not have effects of corona. They don't have fear and delusion of corona. You will live with prosperity, with wisdom and fortune. Me with you as me as you. You will live a good life, even if you do one of these 8 ways. I will protect you. Corona will not reach you. Don't have fear, O people. Be blissful.
And in the revelation, Devi Parashakti has revealed 8 methods to protect all of humanity from COVID-19. So we are now going to see the benefits and the science behind each method that Devi Parashakti has revealed.
So the first method is by praying and meditating on Devi Parashakti. And Helpline has published the 12 science-based benefits on meditation. And this meditation has been extensively studied by science. And they found that Helpline has published these 12 benefits. First is that it reduces stress, it controls anxiety, it promotes emotional health, it enhances the self-awareness, it lengthens attention span, it may reduce age-related memory loss, it can generate kindness, it may help fight addiction, it improves sleep, it helps control pain, it can decrease blood pressure, and it is easily accessible anywhere. And a study done by the US Department of Health and Human Services has shown that meditation has a direct impact on both our physical health as well as our mental health.
And another study by Cambridge University Press reiterates that the necessity of meditation during the times of crisis, such as COVID-19. So you can see it, the study published by Cambridge University Press.
And research published in Everyday Health states how prayer and spirituality protects emotional health. And it by offering a bigger sense of purpose, by providing social support, by lifting the spirit, and by helping you cope with difficulties. And a September 20, 191 people with congestive heart failure for 5 years, they found that those who reported feeling spiritual peace and who also made some healthy lifestyle changes were significantly more likely to live longer than their peers. And people with major depressive disorder or chronic medical illnesses who report high levels of religiosity, which includes daily religious experiences, generally become more optimistic than their peers. This was found in a study published in July 2015 in Depression and Anxiety. So you can see how meditation, prayer, spirituality have a direct effect on our emotional health and our rest through prayer, spirituality, and maintaining a high emotional health.
So now let us watch a video where the avatar himself directly demonstrates how meditation directly impacts our brain, our mind.
Nithyananda participates and encourages scientific researchers to derive evidences for meditation and healing through meditation. Dr. R. Murli Krishna, President, COO, Integris Mental Health, and James L. Hall Jr., Center for Mind, Body and Spirit, Oklahoma in US, and his team invited Nithyananda to derive scientific evidences for meditation and the state of his enlightenment.
When Swamiji came, I have requested him to do one thing. I asked him, would you be willing to undergo some scientific investigation of the meditation process? He very cheerfully agreed with repeat sessions for quantitative EEG sessions. And these are really not very easy tests to go through. It requires a lot of patience and a lot of willingness to do that. So we did that. Because if a meditation process is doing something to your brain, we should be able to detect that. Scientific findings are verifiable. They're replicable. You can replicate them, duplicate them. So Swamiji went through those sessions and we found some interesting findings.
In PET scan, they inject a radioactive dye which goes and sits in parts of the brain that are active. In the normal, non-meditative state, the brain is very active. And when we are seeing someone, the rear end of the brain, the visual cortex, is very active, as shown in the diagram.
Usually the brain is so active, there are 100 billion brain cells there. But what meditation does is something very interesting. It shows the frontal lobes getting more active. The frontal lobe is where you have judgment, wisdom, reasoning. Here are some of the brain scans I'm going to share with you. This is alert, non-meditative state. The second one, 60 minutes of deep meditation, and here is a deep, deep level of meditation where it lights up significantly right here, right in the middle, probably 1.5 inches, 2 inches deeper. What's interesting was, Swami was inside, and that's the last part of that one. See that light right here? So what's interesting was, I've never seen that before in my life. So the other parts I've seen may not be to the extent that Swamiji showed, but this is something interesting. There is something called dopamine, which is a chemical our brain is involved in. Dopamine is produced mostly in this area, and it's a chemical that transmits messages of pleasure. Basically evokes pleasure. If you eat, the same thing is with visual pleasures you have. Beautiful people, beautiful sceneries, nature, whatever gives you pleasure. It's mediated through dopamine. Everything that human being experiences involves dopamine. But what's interesting is that you and I have the potential to create our own dopamine in a big way. So I named it, for lack of a word in the past, the D spot, which is a dopamine spot. If you can discover your D spot, you got it made in life. The D really stands for divine spot. The D also stands for delight, and the dopamine spot. Findings I want to share with you. There's so much more talk about physiology of mind and brain and the body. It's a fascinating field that this is something that all human beings can relate to, can apply in our own lives. Not only a sophisticated knowledge, but these things have application in daily life for all of us.
Nithyananda's system of free healing, known as Nithya Spiritual Healing, has been baffling the medical world, curing diseases from migraine to cancer. Qualified people are also initiated to become healers. The complete report of the research conducted on Nithyananda's neurological system can be found in the book Mystic Phenomena, Scientific Data.
Yes, now that we've seen how meditation actually impacts our brain, now let us see what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revealed about prayer and how prayer is the best stress buster, how puja is the best stress buster. Let us now watch that video.
If you are not allowed to do yoga, made to believe early morning sleep is the best thing invented. If you are constantly inspired to do yoga early, sit that 30-40 minutes and melt down by feeling connection. Understand? Nothing can be. I tell you, prayer is the best stress buster. Deep feeling connection and tears rolling in your eyes and melting down. Prayer to Paramashiva. Intense yearning, Vyakulata, talking to Paramashiva, relating to Paramashiva. Nothing can be compared to that to bust your stress. I tell you, every day puja is a ultimate recharging. The kind of the clock will be aligned to Kailasa. I tell you, I have seen the people who have the habit of Nitya Puja live long. Not just long, happy. That gave me all the best things of life. Everyday puja, relating with the deities is the best stress buster. Touch the deities, do decoration, dress up with my deities. When I sit with my deities, dress up the deities, jewel, sleep, pray, deeply connect and pray. Understand? You do not know the power of Archavatara. God landing in physical deity form. Never underestimate the power of Archavatara. The Archavatara is equivalent to living avatara. What living avatar can do to you, an Archavatara can do. Atma Linga I am giving to all of you is literally living Archavatara. It's a piece of God. Literally.
Yes. Now that we've understood how meditation and prayer are beneficial for us and how they can protect us from corona, there are 7 other methods that Devi Parashakti yourself from corona. And in the further programs, we will be understanding some of those methods. But from corona is through prayer and meditating on Devi Parashakti. So in this next segment, we will understand how you can pray to Devi Parashakti, how you can connect with Devi much more deeply through the various offerings. You can relate with Devi, offer your love, your devotion, and gratitude to Devi Parashakti in this next segment. So we will be entering into the offerings segment where we will understand some of the offerings that we can make to Devi Parashakti. And of course, as Devi revealed, pray to Devi Parashakti, meditate on Devi Parashakti, and protect ourselves from corona. So now let us enter into the offering segment. Yes. So let us now enter into the segment.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
Yes. Sorry for the technical glitch. So now let us understand how we can connect with Devi Parashakti and receive all of our blessings. As we all know, Devi is the complete completion of both the masculine and feminine consciousness, and both have to be expressed equally in every human being to experience enlightenment. And every human being has to complete with these 5 dimensions to achieve enlightenment. The Pitrus, the ancestors, the Kuladevatas, the family deities, the parents, nature, and ultimately Guru himself, who will be bestowing enlightenment upon you. And incompletions are life, negative, and adharmic cognitions in the 5 dimensions that lead to misconstrued karana and karya, the cause and effect, that further lead to suffering and pain and calamities in the individual, personal, and collective and global level. Being sensitive is being aware and in gratitude to life. Everything for everything, from the air that we breathe, to the place that we sit, to the energy that you feel that you exist, the energy to celebrate your existence. Being in gratitude for all of that is being sensitive to life. "43 energies constitute cosmic motherly completion and sensitivity from the level of the Panchabhutas, and this is the core principle of the cosmos. Awakening the sacred feminine is key to enlightenment. When awakened, man expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. He becomes a great revered leader. When awakened, woman expresses the sacred feminine consciousness. She becomes Devi, the cosmic mother, expressing all of the. And the key to awaken the sacred feminine consciousness is conscious sovereignty. And out of millions of paths, the easiest, sweetest, and most beautiful path to enlightenment is connecting with the cosmos as mother, Devi Parashakti, the cosmic feminine consciousness. Devi is the one who expresses as Guru and all the gods and all the manifestations in the universe. She can straight away deliver enlightenment by connecting to the cosmic umbilical cord. Offerings are not to benefit the divine, but to close our gap with the divine consciousness. When we achieve completion with the divine mother umbilical cord, and there is nothing too small or too big one can offer to connect with the divine mother. It has to be from a space of love, of a child looking at her mother and handing her what it has to share with her out of deep love and gratitude. It can be a cup of milk, a flower, or it can be a precious jewel to adorn her smiling face or her beautiful hair. Vedic rishis have clearly stated the techniques to connect with the sacred feminine consciousness, to awaken the same qualities in us. One can connect with Paramashiva through oneness, but with the Divine Cosmic Mother, it is only by worshipping her feet with true devotion. Most healing, soothing, and sweetest path to enlightenment. Among all traditions on planet Earth, worshipping includes contemplating, meditating through sacred offerings of mantras and oblations at her feet. Mother worship is, of course, as we stated, the sweetest path to enlightenment in all the traditions on planet Earth. So why do we worship the divine feminine? Why should we connect with Devi Parashakti? Because she is the ultimate and she can make you experience the ultimate. And in the Devi system, Devi herself describes herself as all the Vishwadevas. Let us look at the translation of this verse. I walk as the 11 Rudras. I walk as the 11 Rudras. I walk as the Vasus. I walk as Vishnu and the other Adityas and all the divine forms, the Vishwadevas, assuming the form of the inner self of all the gods. I hold aloft Mitra and Varuna, even as Indra and Agni I do, and the Ashwini twin Rudra, Ashtavasus, Dvadasha Aditya, Vishwadevata, all of them are my retinue. I move around in my various forms with them as my retinue. I protect all of them, including Mitra, Varuna, Indra, Agni, and Ashwini Devata. Devi declares herself as the inner self of all the gods, the divine energies. She is all pervading and all pervading. So when you worship Devi, you pray to Devi Parashakti, you will be praying to all the gods and goddesses and be receiving the blessings of all the gods and goddesses. So the first offering that you can make to Devi Parashakti is the E-Hundi offering. And you can, this is like in any temple that you would make an offering in the Hundi, any amount that you want to make. You can just offer your love, your gratitude to the divine for happening in your life. And just out of your true devotion, you can make this offering. And this verse, it describes that Devi is fond of true devotion. She is won over through true devotion, and she removes all fears. So if there's any fear in the minds of the devotee, Devi is sure to remove that fear. It is stated that Devi likes to be worshipped in autumn. And here it is not the autumn, the season, but rather the autumn of our lives where our thoughts turn more and more inwards. And the role of the divine is much more known and understood. And the need for Devi worship becomes much stronger. So you can offer your gratitude and devotion to Devi Parashakti by offering your kanika, and your name shall be chanted during the puja to Devi Parashakti. The next offering is the Sankalp chanting, the offering of your conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti. And when you offer your Sankalpa to Devi Parashakti from the context stated in the Saundarya Lahari, let the mantras I chant with the sacrifice in my soul become chanting and drinking, become offerings, fire offerings and oblations in homas and yajnas. Let all my acts affirm your sankalpa, your conscious resolution to Devi Parashakti with this context. You will be blessed with receiving all the blessings of both asked and unasked, remembered and forgotten wishes to manifest the grace of Devi Parashakti.
This is kind of
So the next offering is the best inscription of Devi's name on it. So each of these names represent one of the various qualities of Devi Parashakti. So each of these qualities of Devi Parashakti you can also manifest, whether it's her overflowing compassion or her infinite knowledge. You will be blessed with manifesting all of the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of Devi Parashakti when you make this offering. If you would like to Devi Parashakti herself. So sorry for the technical glitch.
Paramashivoham. There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He's the 9 unknown god. There's a village full story where Venkateshwara borrows from Kubera for his marriage and he's still paying the debt. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth.
Yes, sorry for the technical glitch. So yes, if you offer this Sahasranama Sarnakastu, you will be blessed with all the Ananta Kalyana Gunas of the divine qualities of Devi Parashakti. Next offering, she is very fond of pearls. Of course, the pearl represents the infinite compassion of Devi Parashakti. So in this verse, it states, I bow to the goddess Meenakshi, whose crown has garlands of pearls, and the face shining like a full moon, who wears anklets that are studded with gemstones and has small bells, who is shining like the splendor of the lotus, who grants all the wishes, the daughter of the mountain, who is worshipped by goddesses Vani and Rama. I remain ever bowing to the goddess Meenakshi, the ocean of compassion. And when you offer this Mukta Anguti, the finger ring with a pearl, you will be blessed with all of Devi Parashakti's infinite compassion and all of your business endeavors. Sorry for the technical glitch. So we'll be right back with those slides. So if you are interested in offering this finger ring with a pearl, you are more than welcome to do so. And you can also offer the next offering, which is the Svarna Meti. This is the golden toe ring. And Devi is described as the one who destroys all the ignorance in the minds of the devotees just from her very toenails. And so when you offer this at the feet of Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with the ignorance in your mind being destroyed, and of course, the blessings to attain all the knowledge on your path to enlightenment. And of course, we have the next offering, which is the Sarna Padma Pushpa, the golden lotus. And in the Kamika Agama, it describes that all the kalashas should be wound around with suitable thread and covered with the new cloth. They should be adorned with the lotus flower made of gold. You can see the significance of the golden lotus as it is used in many, many rituals. Aspects of Hinduism, there are hundreds of scriptural references for using the lotus and the worship of Paramashiva. Almost everything in the worship of the ultimate involves the consecration of deities of worship with the lotus flower, the lotus leaf, the lotus pericarp, the lotus petals, and the lotus is a very divine flower. The Shakti of Paramashiva is called the lotus. The base of the Paramashiva linga is also the lotus, and the disciple of Paramashiva is also considered to be a lotus ready to bloom. So you can offer the golden lotus in any size that you wish and be blessed to have the state-based powers and being of Paramashiva and Parashakti in your inner space amidst any and every adverse situation in your life. Just as a lotus blooms in the murky waters, you will be blooming in every situation in your life. As we described, the Svarnamati, the golden toe ring, is a very auspicious darkness of ignorance from the minds of your devotees who prostrate at your feet. You whose brightness from your 2 feet overpower that of the lotus flower. You can see the power of Devi Parashakti's very toenails. So when you offer this toe ring to Devi and adorn her sacred feet, you will be in constant gratitude for receiving the blessings of Devi Parashakti in every difficult aspect of your life. The next offering is the Svarna Mantika, the gold hairline jewelry. And the Mantika represents the nectar flowing from the Sahasrara Chakra, which is fully open. And Devi is described as the one who makes the nectar flow in all of our nerves from the Sahasrara. She is the one who gives the very pleasant experience of the ultimate. So when you offer this Svarna Mantika to Devi Parashakti, you will be blessed with a fully open Sahasrara Chakra that is overflowing with the bliss by Devi Parashakti herself. You will be blessed with complete completion and an auspicious, blissful path to enlightenment. Next offering is the Pratiksha Pada Puja, the offering of worship to the divine lotus feet of your very own Guru, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism himself, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti to bless each and every one of you. So in the Saundarya Lahari, it states that the nails have been sharpened by constantly being touched darkness. And in this stotram, tamas is indicative of ignorance in the minds of the devotees. And by constantly prostrating before Devi, their ignorance is removed and they attain knowledge. So you can offer the Pratiksha Pada Puja at the feet of Devi Parashakti, and so you can offer this at the feet of Devi Parashakti and be blessed with attaining all the knowledge on your path to enlightenment and all the auspicious blessings of the Supreme Concept of Hinduism and Devi Parashakti herself. Yes. And the next offering is the Vastra Seva. So you can offer the Vastra Seva, the offering of cloth during the Pratiksha Pada Puja. Clothes you can offer to the divine lotus feet of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is manifesting Devi Parashakti. So when you offer the Vastra Seva, you will be blessed with all protection on your path to enlightenment by both Devi Parashakti and the Supreme Pontiff.
So here we see the various offerings that you can offer to Devi Parashakti today. Your personal gifts of your sacred sentiments, your expression of your sacred sentiments. So you can offer the e-hundi for yourself and for your family members. Making the conscious resolution, Devi answers the asked and unasked prayers of the devotee. The Devi Sahasranama Kasu, inscribed with her one of her 1008 names, you can make this offering in 3 different denominations and any number of coins. You can offer the Mukta Anguti, the gold ring with the pearl embedded. You can offer the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring to adorn the lotus feet of Devi, the Swarna Mangtika, the gold hairline jewelry to adorn the crown center of Devi Parashakti. And you can offer the Pratyaksha Pada Puja and the Vastra Seva. So all of these offerings are expressed as you receive her, get ready to receive her darshan today. And in the Hindu tradition, with the offerings, there is no monetary value that can be associated with personal gifts given to the divine. It is purely your sacred sentiments. So any offering, your expression of your love, gratitude, and devotion to Devi Parashakti, you can make this offering today on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas. And the website you can see the offerings on the website www.kailasamailer.com/sevas, and you can scroll down on this page and make your various offerings. On step 2 here, you can make the offering on step 2, or you can make your e-hundi offerings at this link. So the e-hundi is available in many different currencies and of any amount. You can make the offerings in US dollars, Australian dollars, yen, in all of these different currencies and for any amount of your choice. You can also offer the various offerings to Devi Parashakti, the jewelry, offerings of jewelry, the Sankalpa chanting, or the various sevas. So the gold coin, the pearl finger ring, the Swarna Padma Pushpa, the gold lotus flower, the Swarna Metti, the gold toe ring, the Swarna Mangtika, Pratyakshapada Puja, Vastra Seva, and various other offerings to Devi Parashakti are made available for devotees to express their sacred sentiments. So please do sign up on this website for anything that you would like to offer Devi Parashakti. And with that, now we come to the conclusion of this segment as we get ready for the next segment of this program. So please stay tuned as we continue this program with various segments and get ready to see Devi Parashakti.
There are some gods, 9 unknown gods. The moment you call, they will be there. Venkateshwara, Balaji. I tell you, people give so much for Venkateshwara because he does the job. He's the 9 unknown god.
And he is still paying the debt. Venkateshwara takes the responsibility of reserve to reserve. This whole story, beautiful story of Venkateshwara is an amazing concept. He is making Yaksha into Lakshmi. He is making the reserve to reserve. It's an amazing truth.
So now that we've understood how we can connect with Devi Parashakti more deeply, how through these various offerings you can connect and experience that oneness with Devi Parashakti and experience so much a beautiful transformation in your life through connecting with Devi Parashakti. Let us now move into this next segment. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Swamiji, has revealed that we can only bring peace through individual evolution, not through revolution. And when we connect with the divine, when we relate with the divine, we experience so much of evolution, so much of transformation in our lives. So only through this now we have the sharing of one devotee who has experienced so much of beautiful transformation and evolution in her life by connecting with Swamiji, by connecting with the divine, the ultimate, and has experienced this beautiful transformation in her life. So let us watch that sharing now.
Here is the Australia Kailasa. How can I be so lucky and have a happy life in Kailasa? It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness. But I wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be a very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I'm really rich, but money didn't love. Then the really romantic love take me go lots of places. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. but I don't know how. Who can let me get there? One day I found the video in YouTube, introduced Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know, and he can take me home, real home. This kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha, devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discuss with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe, helped we just discuss so short time already. Done, decide. I really appreciate my husband, love me so much and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's the best thing you can do in your life. And have a happy life in Kailasa. It's a long story. My name is Li Qi. My guru is His Divine Holiness Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Since I was very little, I already wonder what life for. I really want to know the result, the reason. A long time ago, I think if I earn enough money, I will be very happy person, and then life is for happy. I tried to earn money, and then I really rich, but money didn't give me happy. The really romantic love take me go lots of place. Too many stories during this time. But I still don't feel I get the result, get the life reason. Then I start study from book, from video, from religion in many different ways. And when I study Buddha, that time I really appreciate Buddha gives so much intelligence to me about life. But I don't think study is enough for me. I want to be Buddha. One day I found the video in YouTube, introduced Swamiji in that video. I suddenly, my eyes open wide. I get it. He must be my guru. I can get there. He can let me get what I want to know, and he can take me home, real home. this kind of feeling, then I start study from Nithyananda Sangha. One day, Swamiji Satsang said he need people devote land, home, money to build up Kailasa. Then I discussed with my husband, decide to give the whole farm to Nithyananda. That time, because both of us believe help Swamiji means help whole world. It's a big decision, but we just discussed so short time already, and believe me, trust Swamiji so much. Soon here will be big temple, Gurukul, Goshena, and library. Introduce this my story to you, just me. Don't give up any chance to be founding father of Kailasa. It's the best thing you can do in your life.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om 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 Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham.
नित्यानन्दं परमसुखदं केवलं ज्ञानमूर्तिं द्वन्द्वातीतं गगनसदृशं तत्त्वमस्याधिलक्ष्यम् एकं नित्यं विमलमचलं सर्वधी साक्षिभूतं भावातीतं त्रिगुणरहितं सद्गुरुं तं नमामि. Nithyanandam to each and every viewer that are watching us right now, to all the Kailasians, the Hindus, and all the viewers that are sitting globally, watching us in streaming live in more than 35,000 social media handles, which are in 108 plus languages
in 27 plus digital media platforms. We welcome each and every one of you that are watching us on this International Day of Peace for this very, very, very special event, a special program. Today, amidst this pandemic, the global pandemic that's going on, and the problems of humanity, everything put together, the world is in dire need of a breakthrough that needs to happen both in the physical level and the conscious level, and to experience that ultimate peace. As Swamiji puts it so beautifully, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism puts it so beautifully, peace is not the dead silence of the grave, but peace is that vibrant space of Chidambara, the vibrant peace where everything is alive, active. So the peace that we are going to be manifesting, and the blessing that today what we are going to be experiencing directly from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and what we are going to be discussing right now in the panel with esteemed guests. This reminds me of a very beautiful revelation from the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, which kind of completely changed my idea of what people pick up guns and swords to bring peace. The very fundamental, the first step is wrong, because peace can't happen by war. You can't fight for peace. Fight for peace itself is a conflicting statement by itself. It's an oxymoron. You talk about fighting, then you talk about peace. And today what we are going to be sharing with you is why is the world actually in the dire need of peace, and what is real peace? And we are going to be having a very, very special panel with esteemed guests that are going to be joining us in the panel today. And we are going to be we welcome Nithyananda and Mahakatitananda, Manitya Katithananda, and Manitya Swatantra Priyananda. And joining with us on this extremely special panel discussion on the International Day of Peace from the nation of Kailasa. Joining with us are two very, very special guests who are going to be giving us an outlook on all the global leaders that are combating and wanting to bring peace to the world for a blissful, peaceful coexistence. So we welcome this special panel, and yes, we request the special delegates. So we welcome Dr. Richard M.K. for the panel, Nithyananda. And we also have with us Mr. John Fitz, who has joined us, Nithyananda. We welcome all the delegates that have joined us here. And we are extremely happy to have all of you here in the panel, and where we are going to be having a very insightful discussion, a panel discussion that is going to be happening on this important topic that the humanity is in dire need of, peace, on the International Day of Peace. So this stage is all yours. So thank you for joining. We are extremely delightful and awaiting for listening to all your insightful discussions and the knowledge.
Nithyanandam. My name is Vijayapriya Nithyananda. Today, September 21st, is the International Day of Peace, as declared by the United Nations General Assembly. In the context of the COVID-19 pandemic, which has forced the whole world to pause and reconsider the way we live, the UN has made Recovering Better for an Equitable and Sustainable World the theme for 2021. On this occasion, with the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagat Guru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, the nation of Sri Kailasa is hosting this panel, where we'll be discussing the importance and relevance of reviving the ancient enlightened Hindu ecosystem to bring world peace, and the Hindu non-violent solutions to the crises and pandemic the world is facing. We sincerely thank you all for joining us today. So, who is the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Bhagavan Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam, born January 2nd, 1978, is the reviver and head of Kailasa, the ancient enlightened civilizational nation. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the 1008th incarnation of Paramashiva, as per Hinduism, recognized by his predecessors who are enlightened masters and adept. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has made the science of power manifestation, yoga, and temple-based universities available for humanity. The Sovereign Order of Kailasa, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, and the Nithyananda Order of monks, nuns, and Hindu diaspora are working for global peace and to give superconscious breakthrough to humanity.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is ordained as the 1008th Acharya Mahamandaleshwara, the head for all spiritual leaders of the Atal Akada, the ancient apex body of Hinduism. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is also ordained as the 233rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Tondai Mandala Adhinam and is the present 293rd Mahasanidhanam of Shamala Pita Sarvanyapitam. Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is the present 23rd Guru Mahasanidhanam of Dharma Mukti Swargapuram Adinam, as well as the incumbent emperor of Surya Vamsa Surangi Samrajyam.
As a world-renowned humanitarian, peace builder, and religions and human rights advocate, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has, for the past 27 years of his public life, been working from the very grassroots level to usher in an era of peace at all levels, individual, societal, national, and global.
The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has over 30 million followers worldwide. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has built 12 temples in North America and 150 temples globally, serving 10,000 free meals daily and offering free daily yoga classes. So far, 250,000 programs have been conducted at these temples. Through the Supreme Pontiffs of Hinduism's No Hungry Home project, 1 billion free meals have been served globally for the last 27 years. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has 4.3 billion minutes in meditation have been recorded. The Supreme Pontiff has founded the Nithyananda Hindu University, the largest Hindu university with over 270,000 enrollments and over 2,700 free courses. During the pandemic, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up his monasteries to all, continuing to provide free organic food, stay, education, healthcare to thousands of needy families in India and Malaysia. So before we dive into the panel discussion, I would like to welcome our esteemed guest speakers. Dr. Richard Middleton Kaplan is the Dean of Arts and Sciences at Walla Walla Community College in the state of Washington in the United States. In 2011, Dr. Middleton Kaplan spent a sabbatical at the Center for Applied Human Rights at the University of York, England, helping to develop a course on literature and human rights. Dr. Middleton Kaplan has taught many classes about interfaith, peace building, and the literature of peace, and co-authored with Patrick Henry in Peace Research, the Canadian Journal of Peace and Conflict Studies. Finally, Dr. Middleton Kaplan is the co-editor of the Jewish Peace Fellowship's publication, Shalom, Jewish Peace Letter. Mr. John Pitts is the founder and managing principal of Texas Star Alliance, a bipartisan public affairs firm located in Austin, Texas. In addition, Mr. Pitts is an active ordained Episcopal priest in the Episcopal Diocese of Texas. He is a graduate of the Southern Methodist University, where he earned a BS, an MBA, and a JD. Mr. Pitts received a Master of Divinity from the Virginia Theological Seminary. It is a pleasure to have you with us, Dr. Middleton Kaplan and Mr. Pitts, and we sincerely thank you for your time and presence, and we really look forward to your valuable insights. Thank you.
Thank you for inviting us. It's a pleasure to be here.
It's a pleasure. Thank you.
Agree. Look forward to the panel discussion.
So using the Veda-agamic principles to address the global problems and crises humanity is facing, the Supreme Pontiff has declared December 16, 2020, the Supreme Pontiff has said, looking at the world as global solves more problems, helps humanity, supports humanity in a much better way. We need to use the principles of Vedas and Agamas, the universal principle, universal values to solve the crisis, problems of humanity, to solve the difficulties, dangers the humanity is facing globally. It is time we look at the universe as a global family, not just as nations, multiple nations. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has also said, whether decisions about economy, decisions about medicine, decisions about traveling, decisions about politics, shelter, fundamental human rights in every level, we should start using more and more universal principles, universal. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha is one such cosmic principle of Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. Non-violence is the highest virtue. Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha is not just a belief, it is the core principle of the Vedic tradition. In Hinduism is an open framework, model civilizational nation that stands for non-violence, inner and outer peace, vegetarianism, worship of nature, organic lifestyle, temple-based living, divinity, and immense potential of every being. Hinduism comprises many indigenous spiritual traditions coexisting peacefully for millennia, following the cosmic principle of Advaita, peaceful coexistence with all the beings. The Vedic lifestyle of Hinduism starts with peace and ends with peace.
Yes, and as beautifully we had Mani Dharma, where we are founded on peace, like the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism had beautifully revealed. Our foundation, the foundation principle, the root principle is Ahimsa Paramo Dharmaha. The civilization of Hinduism reveres and respects each and every sentient beings as consciousness, as divine, irrespective of their beliefs, irrespective they assume.
Actually, that is a very beautiful thing, because in Sanatana Hindu Dharma, we don't even have a word for this racial discrimination. The fundamental concept of peace is established on oneness. It's a beautiful Shastra Pramana that we have actually. Just to let all of you know, every science that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism reveals to us from the sacred texts are chanting just one verse from the Taittiriya Upanishad, which says, Shanno Mitra Shan Varunaha Shanno Bhavatvaryamam Shanna Indro Brihaspatihi Shanno Vishnurukramaha Namo Brahmane Namaste Vayo Tvameva Pratyaksham Brahmasi Tvameva Panmavit Tadvaktaramavit Avinam Avi Vaktaram. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om. Be peace to us, O Mitra. Be peace to us, Varuna. Be peace to us, Aryaman. Be peace to us, the Indra and Brihaspati. May the fast-riding Vishnu be peace to us. Adoration to the eternal. Adoration to the O Vayuhu. Though are the visible, eternal, and as the visible, eternal, I will declare thee. I will declare the righteousness. I will declare truth. May that protect me. May that protection protect the speaker. May it protect me. May it protect the speaker. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. This is a beautiful quote from the Taittiriya Upanishad. Actually, this verse builds every Upanishad of Sanatana Hindu Dharma starts with Shanti mantra, because for us in Sanatana, each and every sentient being, we revere each and every sentient being as consciousness, as divine, as Paramashiva, or as the ultimate.
Next slide. Vasudevam Kutumbakam. The whole world is one family, is another Vedagamic principle Hinduism strongly believes in. Hinduism is all-inclusive, welcomes all to partake in traditional Hindu ceremonies and rituals. The benefits of sacred Hindu rituals are bestowed on all, regardless of gender, religion, race. The Dalai Lama, spiritual leader of Tibetan Buddhists, attends the Hindu festival Kumbh Mela, which is the largest human gathering on earth. During the 2015 Kumbh Mela in Triambakeshwar, Maharashtra, India, His Holiness the Dalai Lama took part in Hindu rituals. Kailasa adheres to this cosmic principle of 19 outbreak. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has opened up his monasteries and Kailasa's care facilities to all to provide free organic food, stay and education and healthcare. In Kailasa, all beings live in Advaita, oneness, and peaceful coexistence with humanity and nature. Advaita is one of the ultimate truths of life. When you internalize and understand everything in life is from the truth that everyone is an extension of you, you experience the true space of Advaita. Living Advaita means radiating all-powerful, all-knowledge, always blissful, Sachitanandamaya. Living in the space of Advaita opens you up to your true nature, and you are introduced to you. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, through Kailasa, promotes the core belief of Sanatana Hindu Dharma that the divine exists in all beings, both human and non-human. Hinduism believes that animals and plants are equally embodied with the existence of the divine and fully deserve intelligence and ability amongst varying life forms. The existence of the soul in all forms binds animals and other elements of nature. The animals of Kailasa are initiated by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism into the non-violent lifestyle of enlightenment. At the time of death, Maheshwara Puja is conducted for the animals of Kailasa as well. Just recently, as we can see in the picture, Maheshwara Puja was offered for Ananda Bhairav. Ananda Bhairav, who walked into the gates of Kailasa as a 3-month-old Rottweiler, grew up in Kailasa as the Kshetra Palaka, protecting Adi Kailasa Nithyananda Sarvanya Peetham for the last, also offers his prayers to Paramashiva for the liberation of all animals worldwide, which left their in Indonesia, avenging the death of one villager killed by a crocodile. So what is Maheshwara Puja? Maheshwara Puja is one of Hinduism's most ancient rituals. Hinduism enables the liberation of the spirits and freedom for us from the ancestral karmic turmoil in us at one muscle memory, thereby bringing completion, peace, relaxation both to the departed souls and to us. In Kailasa, devotees offer Maheshwara Puja so that the departed soul can be liberated in the presence of the avatar, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is the embodiment of cosmic energy and who personally receives the bhiksha or food offering as he liberates the departed souls. Performing the Maheshwara Puja brings have been conducted by Kailasa. The next science of bringing inner peace, peaceful coexistence, and creating ecosystems that foster environment of a hymn for world peace and a resilient, sustainable, just future. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism publicly declared that the core mass existence of Paramashanta Swarupa, absolute peace, inspiring all to consciously develop our core inner peace, radiating from a being, manifest in the world as outer peace, restoring balance, health, happiness, and prosperity, allowing one to experience the whole world as a family, a world without greed, ego, pain, suffering, inequality, injustice, violence, and environmental destruction.
Actually, request and once again thanking the panelists, the guests that have joined us, the same guests that have joined us. So just would like to highlight a fact over here. Right now, okay, let's say there is a lot of war, there's a lot of terrorism that's going on in the world today. All of us might be knowing how the militant groups are attacking, the innocents are getting killed, and a lot of such violence are happening. I requested the previous slide to be projected. Yes, thank you, ma'am. So now if we see here, so now all these terrorist attacks, the attacks that are happening where the humans are killed, those people are concerned, people are worried. I would just like to highlight here one small incident that had happened where over 300 crocodiles were brutally murdered in broad daylight by villagers in Indonesia. 300 crocodiles. They were dragged out of the water and they were brutally murdered, not for eating, not for any purpose, but purely out of revenge that one crocodile had killed one of the villagers. Now, such a brutal thing is happening, but how many of our conscience is actually affected by cognition to cognize what the beings would have gone through? This is something that I would think that I would feel like highlighting it here specifically because this fundamental cognition, where the sensitizing way, bringing that sensitivity, that fundamental sensitivity back to us human beings. That is why in Kailasa, all the beings, whether you are a human or you are an animal, you are an insect, all the beings are treated equally. Everyone has equal rights. Not just that whether despite of your caste, despite of your nationality, despite of your religion, despite of your race, gender, you're equal. Even despite of whether you're a human being or not, you have the equal rights in Kailasa. Actually, that is why we are not taught to separate by gender. We are not taught, there is no separation based on religion, your nationality, your birth. There's no separation based on even your beliefs. Because each and every one of us we're all not treated as equal, we are treated as unique. Every being, whether it's a small animal or it's a person, every sentient being is revered and treated as a unique part of existence. Each and every being, the fundamental principle with which Kailasa thrives is based on bringing in the Paramashanta Swarupa, the ultimate form of peace inside us. So when we bring that peace inside us, we naturally revere each and every sentient being as a of this. As we are listening to this, we're all also going to be hearing the views and having an outlook on the perspective of peace, Kailasa, and the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, the contributions by the esteemed guest, Mr. Dr. Richard MK, and also we'll be having Mr. John Pitts sharing their view, their perspective towards the end. So we request all the viewers to stay tuned as we continue to discuss further on what is peace, and standing by the UN's agenda, the goals, sustainable growth and development. And pertaining to that, we will be continuing the discussion of what Kailasa has taken this step forward and how Kailasa is leading to bring the global peace.
And all of you can also be joining this discussion. Feel free to jump in, feel free to talk about it, and you can also participate. The viewers that are watching us live right now, you can also participate by posting it in the comment section. We are live through various social media platforms, including Facebook, YouTube, Twitter, Twitch, etc. Yes, sorry, Mavaji, you can go ahead now.
So as Ma Nitya, Nandita, and Manitya, Tatapriya, and Ma Vijayapriya have all shared about the beauty of this Hindu peaceful ecosystem, we do know that it is at threat. So did you know Hinduism was once a state religion in over 56 nations, called Burma, Sri Lanka, all the way to Singapore, Malaysia, Cambodia, and Indonesia. In these 56 nations, there were 200 states, 1,700 provinces, and 10,000 sampradayas or traditions that flourished. These 56 nations operated from a space of oneness with planet Earth and each being. Communities gathered around temples and followed the most sustainable organic practices which supported one's health on the physical, psychological, emotional, and spiritual levels. Living enlightenment, or living at our peak potential while peacefully coexisting with all beings, used to be a natural way of existence. However, over centuries of combined forces of foreign invasion, political upheaval, colonization, and religious persecution, roughly 98% of the world's oldest living civilization has now been exterminated. The Hindu civilization is now on the brink of extinction. And let us not be tricked into thinking that this is something of the past. No, the persecution and genocide of Hindus is going on as we speak today. Today, all Hindu temples remain in Afghanistan, Cambodia, Pakistan, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka, and many other places across the world. The generational Hindus who once lived and practiced Hinduism and its tradition and culture have been systematically and ethnically cleansed. The Hindu Holocaust is a stark epitome of a campaign of race extermination through a systematic and ongoing ethnic cleansing, forcing relocation and double killing through genocide and all genocide denial over the last 5,000 years on this most ancient, living, and beautiful civilization on planet Earth. Denied by historians and untold by its victimized survivors, 100 million and counting. So solving the world's problem is our spiritual responsibility. The world, as it suffers on multiple levels, physical, environmental, socioeconomic, mental, and psychological. When it comes to the pandemic, globally, as of September 10th, 2021, there have been over 223 million confirmed cases of COVID, with over 4.6 million deaths. During the pandemic, a larger than average share of young adults between the ages of 18 and 24 reported symptoms of anxiety and depression. A health tracking poll from July 2020 in the US also found that many adults reported negative impacts on their mental health and well-being, such as difficulty in sleeping or eating, increase in alcohol consumption or abuse, substance abuse, and worsened chronic conditions due to worry and stress over the coronavirus, isolation, and job loss. Now, interestingly, reports indicate that the pandemic has disproportionately affected the health of communities of color. Non-Hispanic, Black adults, and Hispanic or Latino adults are more likely to report symptoms of anxiety or depression than non-Hispanic or non-colored adults. Historically, these communities of color have always faced challenges with mental health care, and this issue, unfortunately, has worsened with the pandemic. The inequality gap has now increased once more. What may be even more surprising to note is that in 2019, 12 million American adults seriously thought about suicide, and another 3.5 million planned a suicide attempt, and a shocking one more or less for millions. We have also seen increase in crimes and violence during this period. When it comes to crime and violence, the unfortunate reality is that 1 in 5 victims are actually killed by an intimate partner, someone who they consider as family, someone who they trust. Is that based on a nationally representative survey of more than 10,000 US adults conducted in September 2020, 41% of Americans have personally experienced some form of harassment, stalking, physical threats, harassment over a period of time, and even sexual harassment. And we have also seen environmental destruction and biodiversity loss at its peak. With the climate change, 3/4 of land-based environment and about 66% of the marine environment have been significantly altered by human actions. Land degradation alone has resulted in reduced food productivity of around 23%. So food security has become a huge issue in several countries with vulnerable indigenous communities. We're talking about small island development states, as well as other developing countries being most affected by the pandemic. Roughly 100 to 300 million people are now expected to be at risk of floods because of loss of coastal habitats and protection. Now, plastic pollution, we've been hearing quite a lot about this. Plastic pollution has now increased tenfold, with 300 to 400 million tons of heavy metals, solvents, toxic sludge, and other waste from industrial facilities being dumped annually into the world's waters, into our sacred waters. And there are roughly 400 oceanic dead zones, totaling to an area which is greater than the United Kingdom. Could we just imagine how huge the impacts? In Afghanistan, tens of thousands of people eligible to resettle in the US and other countries are still trapped in Afghanistan. The Taliban in Afghanistan have named a new interim government led by headliners and includes no women, no minorities, no opposition members. The Israel-Palestine ongoing conflicts have 100 Palestinians actually died between 2008 and 2020, while over 100,000 were injured. So when we speak about wars and conflicts, what does all of this mean? There is a cost to war. and there's a cost for also preventative action. Preventative action is more cost effective than actions taken to end conflicts. This makes a lot of sense. Studies indicate that preventing violence could have an average net savings of 70 billion per year. For every $1 invested in peace building activities carries a potential $16 reduction in the cost of armed conflicts. But this is not all doom and gloom. I'm not here to share the doom and gloom. A lot of this you may already know, but this is what we do have, which is Kailasa, the enlightened Hindu civilizational nation and ecosystem, which is here as a solution to the world's most troubling issues. And this is all being made possible by Bhagwan Nithyananda Paramashivam. And his vision is beautifully captured in this quote, and I would like to share it with you. Bhagwan says, Adinam or nation. It may be mapped on planet Earth, but Kailasa itself is an enlightenment ecosystem all over the world, happily, blissfully, peacefully, powerfully. So let's now hear a little bit more about the revival of Kailasa, the enlightened Hindu civilizational nation, and how this can bring about a more peaceful, just, and sustainable and resilient world, and also learn about your role as conscious beings in making this a reality.
As Nithyananda beautifully shared, we are most blessed as a humanity to have the guidance, to receive the guidance of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, who is reviving Kailasa, the enlightened civilizational nation, which is a historic happening on planet Earth. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has taken the responsibility to guide the whole humanity towards a future that is equitable and sustained. Kailasa, that once existed and flourished in 56 Hindu nations. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's deep insights into the workings of the human mind, body, emotions have enabled him to powerfully and direct the life solutions based on the ancient Hindu traditions, our meditation and yoga techniques coming directly from the core scriptures, the Vedas and Agamas, as revealed by Paramashiva, the cognitions rooted in the highest truths, Satya, the lifestyle, the Charya Padati, based on living and radiating the higher values of life to realize one's ultimate potential. And all of these life solutions are the foundation of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's teachings, which by their inherent nature provide the foundation for peace on planet Earth.
So beautifully you have shared this, Mom, because this is something I would just like to add a point over here, because what Swamiji is doing, teaching, reviving the whole Kailasa nation, the fundamental principle is oneness based. Whether it is the meditation or yoga techniques that you're learning, or whether it is the powerful cognitions you're learning, the fundamental truth is established on this oneness. So what happens is every moment of your life, when you're doing yoga, the very purpose from which, the context from which you bend your body, the context from which you do a pranayama, when you inhale and exhale, everything is again and again and again aligning back you, your very existence and your life to this fundamental principle of Shanti. Shanti is not the peace that we know as normally, because the peace that we generally know as is mostly defined as conflict-free, mostly defined as something where it is, the moment you remember peace, you remember like a silent place. The vibrant, alive peace is Shanti.
One of the very important ways to revive this enlightened civilizational nation is by reviving the Vedic feminism, which is directly connected to global peace and sustainable future. So one very important aspect of the revival of the Hindu ecosystem for global peace is the revival of the non-violent indigenous, matrilineals occupy leadership positions. As per authentic
Actually, that's again
Hinduism,
another beautiful
which is being
point,
revived by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism.
Sorry, I would just like to add a point over here. We all can see in the panel itself right now, I think most of us are women that are here from Kailasa. And just to let all of you know, 85% of the Kailasa, the administration and the whole Kailasa government is by the women, because so powerfully Swamiji reveals women by their very breathing has a power. One chaste woman is all it takes to make anything successful or to break anything. A chastity of the woman is extremely powerful, and that is what Swamiji is reviving. I would just like to share with all of you what actually, when we say Vedic feminism, feminism is not about the Hindu feminism that we are talking about is not based on getting this equal cerebral opportunities. That is also inclusive, but the feminism that we are talking about, the one that women from their inner space feeling empowered, getting that empowerment, and from that empowerment making the decisions. When women are empowered, when women run the whole government, when they take the administrations, is unfathomable.
Actually, the whole Hindu society, the way the society is designed, it is not like today in the modern world, when we take the word feminism, there's a lot of prejudice, there's a lot of connotations attached to it. Like there's a stigma around it, like it has to be a certain way. And it many times it is merely about having equality in the cerebral opportunities level. Like, okay, I also get to be a CEO, I also get to be a boss, I also get to be this, be that. But in Hinduism, a very beautiful component as revitalizes her inherent power within. Whether she is a mother, whether she is a CEO, whether she is someone, a military personnel, any dimension, that is the divine feminine consciousness. In Hinduism, both men, women, in fact, all genders are revered, and each of them attain their path of enlightenment by awakening all the components in them. They complete the masculine part in them, they complete the feminine part in them. No conflict between ideologies, and that is the beautiful quality. There's a beautiful Shastra Pramana, means a scripture information, atrocity material that is out there, which says Manusmriti is against women. And here we are going to quote a verse from Manusmriti showing how progressive the Vedic feminism was, how progressive we as Hindus were in the stance we have for feminism, how we revere, how women are held in Manusmriti. And we are going to be quoting a verse from Manusmriti now. Pitrubhe bhratrubhischaitha patirbhir devatairas puja bhushayitavyascha bahukalyanam api subhihi. Women must be honored and adorned by their fathers, brothers, husbands, and brother-in-law who desire their own welfare. There's another beautiful verse. Just to highlight this, I'm going to repeat this whole translation again. This is from Manusmriti. Why I'm again mentioning this, highlighting this, because there's a lot of stigma around Manusmriti. Manusmriti is disregarded in so many places and quoted as one of the scriptures that is against women. And I'm quoting a verse, and adorned by their fathers, brothers, husbands, and brother-in-law who desire their own welfare. So for the welfare of oneself, for any of the people that are mentioned, women needs to be revered. So this is a verse from Manusmriti. Yes, the next slide, please. There's a next another pramana as well, which again is from Manusmriti, from the 3rd chapter, the 55th and 56th verse. Yatra naryastu pujyante ramante tatra devataha yatraitastu na pujyante sarvasta tatra palaskriyaha. Where women are honored, there are gods. The gods are pleased. But where they are not honored, no sacred rite yields rewards. This whole Hinduism is mother worship centered. To offer like sacredness to anything, we revere it as mother. Whether it is cow, we call as Gomata. Whether it is planet Earth, to bring reverence to planet Earth, we call her as Bhuma Devi. To bring sacredness to water, we call her as Ganga Mata. To bring sacredness to the nature, we call her as Prakriti, Parashakti. To bring sacredness to anything, the very word Ma is sacredness. The mother, the quality, the divine feminine consciousness is worship. Here I want to add a beautiful explanation that Swamiji gives. When we say it is the divine feminine consciousness is worshipped, we don't say it is only supremacy of the woman and there is no suppression of the masculine. There is neither suppression of the feminine nor suppression of the masculine. It is purely revering the divine consciousness, the divine feminine consciousness in each and every being, where the being, every sentient being is respected and revered as consciousness, unique by their very existence. We can continue to the further slides.
And sharing the Shastra Pramanas is most important to show that the empowerment of women is deeply embedded in the Hindu culture, religion, and lifestyle. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hindu to restore peace. And actually on September 17th, 2010, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism gave a public discourse. Politics had been handed over to women. So much good would have happened to human society and human civilization. If it had been handed over to women, we would have remained to this day a completely family-based civilization, which would have naturally ensured that everybody's basic needs were met. The leadership of women is shared by many global institutions, such as the United Nations. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has revived this Vedic feminine in Kailasa, where over 8% of the leadership positions are occupied by women. So in a world now where reports are showing that although the interstate conflicts are declining in number, countries are still experiencing a growing societal polarization, which is splitting of a society into two groups that are different ends of a spectrum, such as poor, rich, white, black. And it's therefore crucial to empower women to rise into, and HDH of Hinduism is empowering women, reviving the many pillars of Hinduism in Kailasa in order to restore world peace and stability. And one such pillars that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving is the Vedic education system, Gurukul.
The Vedic education system, the Gurukul. As we celebrate International, led by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, has made best efforts in a way to sustain long-term peace through reviving the ancient Vedic educational system, the Gurukul, the first pillar, which was designed to make children enlightened. From the age of 7, children were groomed in the Gurukul under the guidance of their guru. They were supported to realize their conscious sovereignty, the ultimate freedom which arises from awakening to one's own uniqueness, one's own true nature. Of Kathopanishad, which is the peace declaration to oneself, others, and the world. Traditionally, both the guru and his students would pray at the beginning of the class, setting the context for mutually enriching and expanding each other. Om Sahana Vavatu, may we enrich each other and expand each other. May no incompletion come between us, referring to the teacher and the student. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism created Nithyananda Gurukul and reestablished the authentic traditional education system of the Vedic age, and continues to offer Vedic education, meditation, yoga courses for free to come. Nithyananda Daily Gurukul with 40 centers worldwide. Also, Nithyananda Gurukul books have been released in 7 different languages like English, Tamil, Hindi, Slovak, traditional Chinese, simple Chinese, and Spanish. One of the most vital component the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has done for establishing peace is initiating over 150,000 students into the power of the third eye. And studies have actually proven the significant increase in memory, intuition, creativity, clarity, and confidence. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has empowered Nithyananda Gurukul to be well equipped with the spiritual strength and full yet non-violent leaders. And as a side effect of such education, children also displayed highly sciences and much more. And these extraordinary faculties, as they're seen today in the children of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Gurukul. And Nithyananda Gurukul kids are actually highly intelligent beings. And as per the research, 35% of the children have been found with IQ scores of above 130, considered gifted, instruments without formal lessons, and 100% of children organize and even conduct their own temple rituals around the year. And 100% of children produce creative temple arts like deity making, alankar, which is deity decoration, planning and building children's temples, and making deity jewelry and art, to name a few. One of the most profound aspects about the children of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Nithyananda Gurukul, is that they are raised with the cognition that I am consciousness and I can never be violated, which is one of the most powerful cognitions. And with the single powerful cognition, they are initiated into the science of making a rose plant drop their thorns. The children connect to these rose plants from the space of ahimsa, nonviolence, and Advaita, oneness. And the rose plants drop their thorns as they do not feel the need to protect themselves anymore. There have been similar researchers mapping the human consciousness, intention to changing a snowflake, matter, reality. And here, science demonstrates how one's conscious intention can directly impact physical reality and gives hope that radiating inner peace, we can create a nonviolent world. Enlightened children initiated in the spiritual practices such as yoga, meditation, and the science of completion are the greatest hope for strengthening, reestablishing, and rebuilding a sustainable, nonviolent future. They have the capacity of taking responsibility for the well-being of the whole world, following Hinduism's core principles, including Vasudeva Kutumbakam, as we introduced earlier, the whole world is my family.
So another pillar of the ancient Vedic civilization for peace and prosperity is the joint family system. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has declared, I checked, tested, scanned all types of lifestyles. So from my research, for a common man, the best lifestyle would be joint families. The joint family system has been around since the beginning of human civilization, and it is quite prevalent in many Asian countries still to this date. It usually refers to families which consist of one or more married couples residing with their children and other close relatives, such as grandparents, aunts, uncles, all in one home, or it can also refer to a group of people who are non-blood related, but who consciously decide to live together as they are connected vibrantly with a certain ideology or concept. The family unit forms the foundation of society as it plays an important role in the development of children, and stable families create stable, thriving, and just societies. In the Hindu tradition, the joint family system was the norm for eons, and Most recently, we've seen this slowly shifting as urbanization and gender roles have evolved. According to research, joint families act as a close-knit community and have been proven demands of the child, which helps in the development of communication, social interactions, learning skills, and the ability to adapt to changing environments. It can provide the best balance, support, and nurturing environment for family members of all ages, especially senior relatives, as they are continuously required to learn new skills and become actively part of the children's lives, removing several issues related to loneliness, Alzheimer's, and depression. It does so much for inner growth, says the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. With the disintegration of joint families, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is here to revive this traditional, sacred way of living, which was designed by Paramashiva himself for a more stable, thriving, blissful, and enlightened society.
Along with the Vedic education system, the Gurukul, and the joint family system, another foundational pillar of the most stable society. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has said that the Hindu Varnashrama Dharma is the most beautiful science developed for the best stable society. It is the most beautiful system where responsibility is encouraged, where you take responsibility not only for your life, but for others' lives as well. And another component which made the Hindu society most stable is that it was based on specialization. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully explains that the Vedic tradition is very clear. So there were four major powers. There are four major powers in the human society. So number one is knowledge, second, weapon, third, money, wealth, and fourth, land. And all these four were kept separately and assigned given to four different groups, so that the decentralization of the power was always maintained. So there was no such thing as centralization. There was no authoritative governance. There's always a democracy. And even if there was a king, he always has to be a benign ruler, a benign authority, a benign autocracy. So even the king cannot just be doing what he wants, because the knowledge is with a different group, because the wealth is with another group, the weapons are with another group, and the land with a different group. And so the four main groups who were responsible for maintaining the four major powers of society are the Brahmanas, which were responsible to withhold the wisdom and knowledge, so knowledge keepers and sharing the wisdom. The Kshatriyas, which were the warriors and the protectors, so who carried the weapons and led the army. The Vaishyas, which were the wealth creators and taking the responsibility to sustain that wealth for a stable society. And the Shudras, which were the stewards of the land and abundant ecological and food systems. And so the Hindu society was most life positive. It is designed by Paramashivoham, absolute law and order, where women were revered, honored, and protected along with their children, where the vulnerable people were protected at every level. And so this system created a very stable, just, equitable, and prosperous society, which is what the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is reviving today. And so this system actually came also from the rishis and visionaries of the Vedic traditions, who are smritikaras of Hinduism, and they made it possible. They made it also into a reality. And so once again, this is becoming a reality for all of us to prosper together as a community, as a society, as a humanity, through the blessings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has actually launched many international mandates. So the 6 international mandates of Kailasa, the OMS. And so Mama Hakatita will be able to share more about it.
Yes, so far we have had such a beautiful discussions on various different dimensions. Just a brief introduction. Actually, Hinduism by itself is too vast to speak about. And I know each and every viewer that are watching us, actually, just to let you all know, we have people who are sitting in 100+ countries and 500+ cities. Sitting in our global universities, Kailasa's Nithyananda Hindu Universities and Kailasa's Nithyananda Gurukuls, global schools, international schools which provide free education. Then Kailasa's Nithyananda Anna Mandirs, which offer free food, organic free meals to billions of free meals are served and still counting. And we have people who are sitting in our global temples around the world. And there are so many viewers that are in more than 500 cities and 100 countries watching us in one of our many of the social media platforms. Now, each and every viewer must be curious to know the different, having different perspectives and different outlooks on peace, the subject of peace, the revival, the whole revival of Hindu way of living, the blissful coexistence amongst.
And we have Dr. Mr. Richard MK, who's been here. So actually, it's so nice to see you. Like continuously, you've been here listening to the conversation and being actively engaging and listening to the conversation. So that's wonderful to see your engagement. So that's really nice.
We also have Mr. John Pitts who have joined us and Mr. Patrick Henry. So we have all of you who have joined us. And now I'm sure each and every viewer is curious to know your views, have an outlook on your perspectives on what we have discussed so far and your points. So we now welcome our esteemed guests, Dr. Richard and Mr. John Pitts, esteemed guests today, to know their perspective, to know what is their view, what is it that they are going to be sharing about. So before we move on into the further segments, let us listen from the esteemed guests that have joined with us today.
Dr. Mr. Richard, that you're joined here. And before we ask the questions, would you want to share in a few words based on the discussion that we have just had?
I'd like to thank Mahakathitha Ananda for reaching out to me and helping to coordinate this thought about peace and nonviolence and interfaith cooperation, and being in the educational system for my entire career. So I'm very touched to hear this very deep and I'm just honored to be part of this conversation with all of you. Thank you.
Wonderful.
So much,
delighted
Dr.
to have
Richard.
you as a part of this conversation too, and really waiting to hear your insightful knowledge into all these deep subjects. And we also welcome Mr. Patrick Henry Nithyanandam. Thank you so much for being a part of this panel.
And now we would like to invite upon Mr. John Pitts to share a few words on what is your thoughts on the discussion.
That has come to me in the work that I have had. Peace and words that were used individual evolution. With that, I don't believe in today's time is going to be possible. It has to begin with us individually. And what we're hearing today is really, and as it was said, not a revolution, but an evolution. And it's so important that this conference is occurring on this day in a time that troubled waters are all over the world. I don't believe I've ever seen such troubled waters, and change is occurring so rapidly today that humanity is unable to grasp that change. And so I've done with the community thus far. So thank you, and I look forward to the rest of the morning.
And
Wonderful, sir.
Thank you so much for being here, sir. Thank you so much for being here, because it's such a delight to have so many of you who have done a lot of research in these fields, and there's so much of experience, knowledge, and result. And it's such a delight to listen to your perspective into this as well. And thank you so much for joining today. And we are extremely each of our viewers are extremely delighted and curious, waiting to hear your perspective on our discussions further. So thank you so much for being here, Mr. John Fitz. And we also now welcome.
I want to add one.
Yes, go ahead.
I want to add one more thing. I completely agree with the Supreme Pontiff. If we had turned politics over to women a long time ago, life would be very different today. I've thought about that many times.
So
Thank you
nice
for
that you shared
that today.
So true. And also,
actually, that on, if you see the entire government of Kailasa, the entire administration, 80% is women, is run by women. And we also have like universities that train women to empower themselves and to be awakening that leadership consciousness in them. So delighted that you heard that and you are also resonating with that. And yes, we also have Mr. Patrick Henry Nithyananda. Would you like to share a few words based on what you have been hearing in this panel discussion so far?
I just want to thank you all for letting me be part of this. I want to be a silent listener mostly. I have nothing prepared, but I've worked with Richard. We've taught courses on peace together. We've written about peace together. I've taught courses on religion and peace from a Judeo-Christian perspective, featuring writers like Rabbi Abraham Joshua Heschel, Daniel Berrigan, Dorothy Day, and various other peace writers, people who've been writing about peace and the relationship between religion and peace throughout the entire 20th century. So thank you so much for allowing me to be here. It's a real privilege and I'm learning so much. Thank you.
Thank you.
Actually, Sanatana Hindu Dharma at large, the whole revival of Kailasa that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is spearheading, is to bring peaceful coexistence, where Swamiji beautifully tells, it is not to claim supremacy of an individual religion, nor it is not to say, one race is the best and others are not. It is not with any of these, but in fact, Swamiji beautifully tells, Hinduism is simply put, it is the greater science of life. And Swamiji is here. The whole Kailasa, the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism is here. The whole revival of Kailasa is happening simply to make every religion, every race, every gender, irrespective of their walks of life, their beliefs, their ideologies, their religions, we welcome, embrace everything and give the best of Hinduism so humanity can reap and walk towards a better future where humanity at large is experiencing a blissful coexistence. And I am sure this is spearheading a grand revival, showing to us the next generation, the future, where peace, blissful coexistence is our every.
Wonderful. So we will now open up the discussions. And we have a first question for Dr. Richard Middleton Kaplan. I hope I'm pronouncing your name properly. It's wonderful to meet you, sir, and have you here with us. So my question is, so based on your knowledge and your experience, what or why do you think the work of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism in reviving the enlightened civilization of Kailasa, why do you think it's so crucial at this point? And how can it benefit, how do you think it can benefit not just Hindus, but the whole of humanity, leading
point in time, and that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism's work is well-timed and that it can benefit the whole of humanity? There are two different ways in which we could look at this. One is the direness of atrocities going on, the environmental pollution, the rise in crimes, the rise in suicide and depression, terrible global crises, and as you probably know, devastating political division and animosity here in the United States at the moment. So we could see that those conditions make it all the more necessary for the opportunities that we have at this historical moment of exceptional promise and opportunity. Logical course is not sustainable. One thing I've noticed here in the United States is that the news coverage of our unprecedented and intense environmental disasters, wildfires, floods, hurricanes, tornadoes, increasingly mentions in the news coverage that these things are related to climate change. So it seems to be becoming part of the vocabulary of everyday coverage that these things are awaiting change. Also, the cognitive psychologist, and even though our exposure to media makes it seem like there is more. And so this increasing consciousness and this pattern of declining violence sets us up for a supremely opportune moment to introduce this. And I think we are at a good point in time. Here in the United States, we have seen a revival not seen since the 1960s of mass nonviolent protest. Most recently triggered by the murder of George Floyd. And we have even seen, in some cases, responses of police departments committed to nonviolent methods of restraint and reforming their practices. It's certainly true that there are people in the United States who resist the reality of globalism, but this undeniable reality has also led to more people than ever, at least in my awareness in this country, embracing a vision that what unites us is much greater than what transcends us. That's something that Patrick Henry has taught in his classes. I've tried to replicate in mine, and that I think is gradually breaking through into the consciousness. I'll also say that in the educational realm, the principles of equity, diversity, and inclusion have really come to the forefront in recent years. The group of academic leaders that I'm part of across the state of Washington has made a decision in recent years to foreground those principles of our common humanity. That is to say, instead of developing policies and procedures and then asking after we've developed them, oh, are these equitable? Can we tweak them a little bit? We now lead the conversation with equity. My college is about to embark on a revision of its strategic plan in which equity is the principal driving force that is going to lead every conversation. And we're not unusual in that in higher education. So I would say we do have a crucial point in time and a supremely opportune moment for building on these principles, leading to a peaceful and sustainable future.
Wonderful. Thank you. Thank you so much. That was very insightful. And I do want to say it's really all policies, not just like an afterthought, as you said. So that is how we create change, when we realize that it really starts from the root. And also you've mentioned about, you know, the violence that's been happening. But we've also, as you said, there's a group of people coming together during this time, which brings immense hope, I would say, where we're seeing beyond, you know, those boundaries, and we're really insightful. And it's really inspiring to know that these policies, especially in education, in your field, it's being looked at in a holistic way, where, you know, social issues of equity and equality, all of these things are being built in. So thank you so much for your share.
Thank you.
And I also wanted to highlight something that you were sharing about, that how you were sharing about how, like, everyone, when the decisions are being made itself, the fundamental cognition from which the decisions are made is important, like how Dr. Richard was mentioning. This is something that the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has been very insistent about. about having the leaders, the decision makers, the influencers, the leaders, having the right cognitions inside, the right inner construct inside, and them having peace-based powerful cognitions about themselves, about the world, also reflecting these cognitions which are there inside. So that's really amazing, and it was wonderful to listening to you from Sir, because I actually felt many of these teachings of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism and what work you have been doing are so beautifully resonating, and just this oneness based principles in being incorporated in that.
Yes, and now
Sorry, Ma. Sorry for the technical glitch. I think there's a small internet glitch. Yes, go ahead, Ma.
To a sustainable future. As someone, Mr. John Pitts, who has worn so many hats and has experience, with people from all walks of life, what would you say would be the biggest challenge, if any, people may have in accepting and implementing the enlightenment-based lifestyle Kailasa is reviving for global peace and sustainable future?
Thank you for that question. As I mentioned earlier in my discussion, I made the comment that we live in troubled times, and we truly do. And in these troubled times, what is being highlighted is the lack of trust, fear. We fear that our lifestyle is going to be taken away from us. We fear that our money will be taken away from us. We fear that you being the government, or you being whomever, are going to ask too much of us. And so we fear, and the fear is coming from, as I mentioned earlier, to this rapidly changing world. And so the humanity is reacting in both fear and from that fear, the lack of trust. So we live in fear. And so how do we react then to that fear and this lack of trust? And we react in so many unexplained ways and unexplained directions that people take their lives. And as Dr. Richard mentioned, also, we live in such a polarized world that, and I really can only react to how we live in the United States. You've become so polarized. It used to say we could not agree on anything, even if it's daylight or dark outside. We really have highlighted that discussion so much in the world today. As we live in the scriptures, that we are seeing mother turning against daughter, father turning against son, and sons turning against their families, and people now are turning against everyone. To introduce a new enlightened lifestyle is to bring into that mix of fear and bring into that mix of lack of trust. It percolates to the surface. Who is a messenger? What is the message? All that is going to be so important. But we are at a precipice, I believe, that we are beginning to recognize that something has to change. And again, from my experience in Texas, the Texas legislature this summer, and this has gotten a lot of publicity, gotten a lot of publicity. Is that loving one another? Is that looking at, like we were talking about earlier, taking away differences in gender, race, etc., and at any power? Is it looking at equity, as we were talking about before? No, it's not looking at equity at all. Is it looking at common humanity? No, it's not at all. Is it looking at any individual evolution? No, it's trying to keep that away. So it is a time, as I said, we are living at the precipice of needing something new to occur in this world. And so I believe it's all important.
Yes, and also, like you said, like, who is the messenger? The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism has actually presented, so many time-tested, foolproof sciences based in Hinduism.
And thank you so much, Mr. John Fitz, for that insightful answer, because it is so true when you said about how it is any of the policies or decision-making processes in the present moment, is it about equity? A decision maker is striving to create peace, but without looking at the factors and the components that actually build the peace, the base building blocks, focusing on individual evolution, because it is each and every human being that is the building block to build global peace. And the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism beautifully revealed, like he shared beautifully about how it is not by any revolution. It is not a revolution that is going to bring peace. It is individual evolution that is going to build peace. The biggest irony is when people pick up guns and swords and they say, I'm going to fight for peace. That very statement, fight for peace itself, you can never fight to bring peace. Ideology, supremacy of one ideology, it is not by claiming everyone in humanity should follow one ideology. That is impossible. But learning to coexist blissfully, only that can build peace. So many of the thoughts that you shared and so many of the as the foundation principles of Kailasa. So thank you so much for that answer, Mr. John Pitts.
And also, Mr. John Pitts, just to add up, why? Because as we all are seeing, what do you like? What do we look for? It's all driven based on what the media shows and what the social media is showing to you. And these two things are already controlled by a group of people. So what you are desiring in your life, what should be the goal, what type of things that you want, whether someone else's pressure that is put to us, unknown to us. The problem is none of us are even aware that these are the things. I was so shocked. Actually, I have been brought up in the Nithyananda Gurukul, Swamiji's Vedic school that Swamiji has been running, and I have been growing here from the age of 14. And before I joined Gurukul, I never knew, I was fine. So very recently, when I got in touch with my friends that were there outside and who are living this life outside, I was shocked. They were playing such violent games where they're enjoying killing people. I was shocked. And I was like, what type of enjoyment is that? And they're so okay with having it's like a normal thing for them. And I was really shocked. And that's when I realized the very enjoyment that people have has changed. The taste that what we enjoy has changed drastically. People enjoy killing. We may say, okay, this person has murdered someone physically, so you're taking and putting them in jail. But what about the people, the cognition that they are continuously made to cherish? What is the root of all these? When someone is playing video games and they're saying we have such violent video games where you are going to go ahead and kill people, you're going to murder people, and that's what you gain points for. So that's the video games that we see, and people are enjoying that. People are gratified by that, and that is giving them that adrenaline boost. And we expect murders not to happen.
Yeah.
So this is how contradictory our society is there currently.
And unfortunately, like you were sharing, all of these are so normalized. Like, exactly. Can you imagine TikTok trends? So many alcoholism is so cool, and that is set as trend, where partying, where having drugs is normalized. Unfortunately, with all of them, out of the pressure of social media, peer pressure, everything in the name of trend, unfortunately the wrong, and unfortunately this is institutionalized, where each and every child that is growing in today's world, what is cool? Being on TikTok, doing the trends, doing the latest ones, all of this without even realizing whether it is adding value to their inner evolutions, inner non-violence and self-confidence.
Actually, I just like to share one thing with all of you. The way how I'm just 22. And so grateful to Swamiji for us to be a part of this, such an insightful discussion. And we are understanding how the various different perspectives, what is actually, the perspective of peace, and the works that each of you have done that are part of this panel. And I would just like to share with you one small difference in the way how we learn in the Gurukul. How peace-based education, when we say peace-based education, how it's actually peace-based education. I'm pretty sure this Macaulay's education system, you might have come across this meme already. There's a fish standing in front, and the competition says, the person who climbs the tree the fastest is the most mightiest. So this is how literally our current education system is. Everybody is just put with that one rule. Okay, you fit into this mold or you're not fit. So this is how the current modern day education system is. And I would just like to share how we study in the Gurukul. So when we are learning from any book, it is that author's logic that gets digested in us, right? So whenever we are studying books, you have maximum 1 or 2 authors, that their logic, their way of their thought currents, that we grasp from it. In Gurukul, the way we study is slightly different. We first open a chapter, we see the keywords, we note down the keywords, then the power manifestation. So this is a very, very unique contribution of Swamiji, where the powers from inside are awakened. So we have this power called as the power of third eye, through which we actually scan and download the information, the knowledge behind those keywords. So we note that down. And so in this way, we are actually scanning and we are understanding the cosmic knowledge behind it. And then we take these words, go and Google. This is called as Google confidence. That's what Swamiji teaches us. And we Google and understand the various different perspectives of how that concepts from physics has so many people talking so many different things about it. So we learn all these, we digest all these, and after that, we open the textbook. Actually, we write a thesis on what we understood. And after finishing all these, then we open our textbook. By then, the textbook will already seem redundant. This is the way we study. So the inner space is not even affected with the forced logic of someone. It's like, see, a particular lock has a particular key. You can't try to force another key into it. It's never going to work. That level, this is the way the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism teaches us the peace by training us to study in all these different manners.
Actually, that was the question I wanted to ask Mr. Richard Kaplan. So, sir, as the Dean of Arts and Culture at the Walla Walla Community College, exactly how do you see the revival of the Vedic education system, the Gurukul, is necessary for a peaceful and stable and prosperous society?
Thank you. I'm so glad that your question was preceded by that beautiful explanation of the Gurukul education system, which sadly I have to contrast with some of my experience. So let's see, about 6 years ago, I was attending a conference at Northern Virginia Community College, and it was for college educators all across the country, teaching us how to teach peace building and conflict resolution to our students. And the presenter was a gentleman named Coleman McCarthy, who is quite renowned in the Washington, D.C. area for having instilled the teaching of peace. So there were about 60 of us participants, education, high school education, that taught you algebra or mathematics. Everyone raised their hand. Then he said, how many of you had a class that taught peace building or conflict resolution? Not one single person raised their hand. And he said, what does that show you about the values that we're teaching. And if we really valued peace building and conflict resolution, wouldn't we be teaching people how to do that? And just as we wouldn't expect somebody who'd never been taught mathematics to perform calculus, taught how to resolve conflict, to be able to do it. Why would we expect people who haven't learned the techniques of peace building to be able to do it? And so now what you have in the United States is an increasing recognition of this. And this is why I think it is the perfect moment for these principles that were just so beautifully described to us about instilling this from the beginning. So there are now more than 275 colleges and universities in the United States with peace studies programs and others with related things like genocide studies, social justice, human rights programs. There are about 85 colleges and universities that are granting bachelor's degrees or majors in peace studies, more than 50 with master's degrees, 13 with Juris Doctor or law degrees, several with doctorates in peace studies. So these are helping people learn these principles and how to inculcate them. And it seems to me that this is the perfect moment for the Vedic education trend in higher education now in the United States that's called culturally responsive teaching, or sometimes culturally relevant teaching, CRT for short. This marks a major change in education from an older model, which could be caricatured or oversimplified as the professor as the sage who knows everything and the students as empty vessels who need to be filled with knowledge and who bring nothing themselves. The principle of culturally responsive teaching is that we acknowledge and we honor and we respect the life experiences, the perspective, the prior knowledge that students bring from their own lives. And we honor them as individuals and we welcome that experience into the classroom. Mathematics curriculum in which all of the instructors have been steeped in principles of culturally responsive teaching and learning cultural humility so that they can recognize and welcome the humanity of each individual in their classes. So I think that we have a great moment here in terms of having laid the groundwork for building on it with these principles of the Guruku that we just heard so beautifully explained. Thank you.
Yes, and I think it's wonderful to see that how the cosmic principles of Hinduism are already being implemented, like how you were saying in the schools. So this is very nice to hear, and it's very wonderful. Thank you so much, Dr. Richard, for your sharing.
And thank you so much, sir, Dr. Richard, for sharing, because like you said beautifully, the modern Macaulay education system, like the example that you had quoted about the mathematics and trigonometry being taught versus, you know, the conflict resolution and the science of how to create peace is not being taught to kids, because the modern Macaulay education system uniform with same coats, suits and boots, but unfortunately not cherishing the unique quality of each and every being, what that being is capable for. Like one of the biggest click that I have ever had, because I, since the age of 12, I've been raised in the Nithyananda Gurukul, having been blessed and to have the Vedic education directly groomed by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism. So now when I look at the modern schools, right, there are schools for arts, there are schools for mathematics, there are each school, business schools, each school is for a particular purpose, where all the children are fit into one template. Each of all the children from different walks of life, where a child who's interested in music,
a child who's interested in art, a child who's interested in dance, a child who's interested in science. All of them are taught the same syllabus, same curriculum, forcefully fit into one same template. By the time that child completes the high school, it loses it. But if you see in Vedic schools, in Gurukuls, any universities, all the great universities like Nalanda, Takshashila that existed thousands of years before, one same Gurukul, like I would like to quote an example from the Hindu scripture of Mahabharata, where all the princes and everybody are sent to one same Guru, one same Gurukul, one same school. And one same school was able to produce the world's best archer, Arjuna, the world's best astrologer, Sahadeva, and it was able to produce the men who could wield the maces and fight with maces so beautifully, like Duryodhana and Bhima. One same school could produce people who are unique and who excelled in their unique capabilities. In today, what Swamiji has revived as Nithyananda Gurukul, one same school, it is just, but each of our passion, each of our unique ability, what we can, what we will have the capabilities to excel in, is beautifully studied, nurtured, nourished, and we are empowered to lead in that. Whether a child wants to do temple construction, he is empowered to focus on that perspective. Whether a child is passionate to do arts, designing, he is empowered and focused in that perspective. Whether a child wants to do website designing, that child is nourished and nurtured in that aspect. Whether a child is interested in social media, how they can enrich and reach these sciences and profound teachings to the humanity, they are nurtured in that perspective. Every child's unique perspective is studied, and we are supported, nourished, and nurtured and empowered to excel in that. This teaches us the fundamental principle that there is no template for what is called the perfect man that exists. There is no need of uniformity. There's no need of coats, boots, and suits that needs to be fit into every man. And this teaches us to respect each and every one as a unique consciousness, where each and every one of us are excelling and expressing our best capabilities, or the ultimate, the Paramashiva oneness, whatever we call it, in the best way by manifesting those unique dimensions. And actually, thank you so much for sharing this, Dr. Richard, because this puts me into the space of immense gratitude for what a life I have been given by the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, because I was taught at a young age that there is no template to fit in, and I was taught to respect and revere each being as consciousness, individual and unique. So thank you so much, sir.
Well, thank you for your insightful comment. It reminds me of two things. One is a statement by Busan, B-H-U-S-A-N, teachers, you do not teach a subject, you teach a child. And I always try to remember that as an educator. We're not just inputting content, we are teaching a person. And even for those of us who teach adults, we're still trying to reach the child inside each of those adults. And as teachers, we need to remember that, remember the child inside ourselves. I also love your point about the individual and the education system acknowledging the individual, which for me connects with the earlier point that peace building starts inside each individual, that one must have inner peace before one can radiate peace out to one's family, one's community, one's nation, and the world. And so we have, as Mr. Pitts described, a society right now, questions of the state of individuals and the ability to spread peace, and what you just talked about as intimately connected. And so an education that fosters the uniqueness of the individual, as you described, can then enhance that individual's ability to attain inner peace and thereby to emanate that peace outward to their family, their community, their nation, and the world. So thank you for that beautiful exposition of my answer.
Thank you so much. So Mr. John Fitz, we have another question for you. So we have shared about the way that the Vedic society, Hindu society was organized, the Varnashrama Dharma, which is basically the organization of the society in the 4 different groups, and which had very distinct responsibilities to ensure the decentralization of power that was always maintained. And so Mr. Fitz, as a priest and as one of Texas top-rated lawyers and lobbyists, in what ways do you see the revival of the Varnashrama Dharma lifestyle fostering social harmony and peaceful coexistence amongst peoples of all religions, race, gender, and humanity at large?
I was growing up, a very popular game was King of the Mountain. I don't know why, but it seemed like many people had piles of dirt in their backyard, and the other people surrounding the mountain of dirt would attempt to push that person off of the mountain of dirt. So that person would become, the new person would become king of the mountain. Think about that. Think about what that was teaching the children playing that game. Power. They were teaching power. They were teaching ambition. Ambition to be the king of the mountain. I was playing that game at 5 years old. I was learning about power at 5 years old. I was learning about to want to have that power at 5 years old. I was learning about ambition at 5 years old. That ambition was continued in my learning as I went to the best law firm, to have the best clerkship with a court, as I went to seminary, to have the best experience when I got out in a large congregation, large church. So power becomes ingrained into us from a very early age. How do we give up that power? We heard a while ago about the education system. It's very different from the education system that I grew up in. However, you talked about that you had prayer at the beginning of your classes. And we've done away with prayer at the beginning of our classes in the United States. I grew up, however, in an education system that we did have that prayer, and it did bring about more focus in how we had that class. It's too bad that we've done away with that. I am thinking that it sounded like how your education system is arranged, and we have some of this. But I'm tomorrow meeting with the organization Texas Star Alliance, the organization that I founded and lead as a managing principal. I'm reorganizing it, and I'm reorganizing it in somewhat of the same deal, diffusing the power so it will be into 2 different people, not 4, but 2 different people, pulling on their talents and how they can use their talents, their inner talents, to bring about a better harmony, and because of the fact that they will use better organization of the firm. So if we could do that, get away from the need to have the power to be king of the mountain, I believe that if we could start that at an early age, I think that we can bring about a better structure. But we must have that inner peace age. So I'm not sure how it'll work.
Actually, it's a very powerful point, because at a very young age, we need that peace to be developed. That's a very important point, I would say, because that's what Swamiji has been training us. So we are the Gurukul kids who have been trained from a very young age into peace-based powerfulness. How power should be peace-based. Peace-based powerfulness need to develop inside of us. And whatever age you are, Swamiji says, a human being is not a finished product. You are a seed. At any point, you are a seed. Any age you might be, you have the possibility to grow. You are not a finished product that's packed and shelved. You are a seed that's budding to grow. You have this says, see, we worship Paramashiva, the consciousness. We never too late to fall with Paramashiva. Whatever age you might be, whatever point you might be in, is changeable. The inner construct that we have is changeable. So just we starting to, like the work that both of you, like both Mr. Dr. Richard and Mr. John Pitts, both of you have done, and the experience that you are, the plethora of experience that each of you are talking from is so insightful that I'm able to understand and cognize what Swamiji was revealing in a much deeper level. Because like as we are growing up in the Gurukul, the negativity or anger, I would just like to quote one example. When we say vibrant peace, one important component it has is thorns. All of us know rose plant generally has thorns. And why do rose plants have thorns? To protect themselves, for them to feel secure. Now, what if we give a space that is so non-violent and so secure that even rose plant can drop its thorns? That is the science Swamiji has taught us, and we have manifested that already. We have a garden with hundreds of rose plants, not genetically modified. There are hundreds of rose plants with 0 thorns. They don't grow up like that. They are there with thorns. We buy the rose plants with most number of thorns. We get them. I have a rose plant too. So the science that Swamiji has taught us is bring the inner peace. It will manifest outside as outer peace. Ahimsa paramo dharmaha. Ahimsa, non-violence, is the greatest principle. So Swamiji has taught us that when you bring that non-violence inside you, you just go sit near the rose plant. Plants are beings. They very well communicate with us. They very well take in our space and reflect back based on our inner space. So we just go sit in that absolute paramashanta, absolute, vibrant, alive peace inside us. We go and tell the rose plant. We say the experiences we have with Swamiji. I go and share what are the profound revelations that Swamiji has given. And the rose plant responds to it by shedding its thorns. See, if you pluck the thorns, if anybody plucks away the thorns, there will be a wound on the plant. You will see a black mark on the plant. But if the rose plant drops it,
all of what Ma Tattvapriya was just sharing about the rose plant, we have a proper scientifically, like foolproof recorded system through which we have photographed, because the whole of Gurukul, all the hundreds of children in Gurukul are given this as our first examination. We are taught this is a first test that we do, where we are given a rose plant each with thorns, and if we have a proper way of recording, measuring, where we do not touch the plant, meaning we do not pull out the thorns, we do not break the thorns, we do not touch the plant. In fact, only with that building that inner peace, we manifest the outer peace. And what she is saying is clearly recorded. We have all recorded, video recorded, and we have it properly tracked. And even we had few scientists and few like professors who had come and measured the whole thing. They verified the whole thing, and it's an authentic science which we practice.
Actually, when I got my first rose plant, we got the rose plant and I was talking to it. I think for almost a week, I had like smaller kids, the children that are much younger to me. They would just sit next to the rose plant, smile, talk to the rose plant. By the next day, the rose plant would have dropped its thorns. And I was wondering why my rose plant is not dropping its thorns. Why my rose plant is not dropping its thorns. So I used to go and sit and talk to it. And then one of my mentors had actually told me, hey, remember what Swamiji told? Why don't you just complete any anger which is there inside you, any inner violence that you have, just going, sharing. I used to go do the chanting. I used to go just talk to my rose plant. In 1 week, half of my rose plant has actually my rose plant had like 2 branches. One entire branch had completely dropped off its thorns, and one more branch had its thorns. And then it took me almost like 2-3 weeks till I actually completed, and I spoke to the rose plant, and it completely dropped its thorns on its own. And after that, I used to tell my rose plant, telling I need heart-shaped petals because I want to offer it in my puja. And the rose plant used to give me flower with heart-shaped petals. When the inner, actually, that is what I understand as what Swamiji has taught us, where literally nature responds to you based on what you are having in your inner space. So I think Dr. Richard was earlier mentioning how it is individual by individual. The individual evolution needs to happen. So that the individual needs to be attended to. That's absolutely what I have as an experience itself. Because when this individual was attended to, it reflected outside. Just one individual, that Swamiji made me drop my anger, drop my violence. Immediately, a plant responded back by shedding its thorns. That is the power that we have as an individual. When an individual decides to change, when an individual transforms his space, nature has to respond, and that is the very law of the cosmos.
Actually, this is what we derive power from. We are not taught win over the others or kill the maximum video games, you are powerful. We are not taught, fight someone and win the argument, you are powerful. But we are taught make everybody around you happy, be blissful around you, create an ambience of non-violence. You are the most powerful, and that is what we derive power from. Because end of the day, everyone strives to feel nice, feel happy, feel powerful, but what makes you feel powerful matters the most. And that is what Swamiji had taught us from the young age over other people. Or we are not taught video games where you kill people and feel powerful, how many people, how many lives you killed. No, we are taught power of how many lives around you can you heal, how many lives around you can you transform, how are you able to create an ambience of non-violence around you. And that is the first lesson that we are taught.
I wanted to highlight Mr. Pitts. Thank you so much for sharing your experience. And as Ma Nita Priyananda and Ma Nandita were sharing, in Hinduism, we understand that we do not need to destroy anybody to exist. We don't feel threatened by the existence of anybody. And we understand that each one of us in our own uniqueness, we can stand powerfully and contribute and live enlightenment. And so you were sharing in the beginning about this game, King of the Mountain, which actually involves basically, yes, from the cognition of I have to destroy you in order to exist, to have my place, which is in, I think there might be technical glitch. In Varnashrama Dharma, every single individual is empowered with a responsibility. And so there's no such thing as king of the mountain, because everyone is empowered in their own responsibility, and understanding that to make the society stable and prosperous, each one has to reach their own peak potential and fulfill the responsibility. So it's also always a democracy. Yes, thank you so much.
You bet.
Sorry, just a fun line that I wanted to add with what Ma Swatantra Priya was sharing, like Mr. John Pitts had shared about the King of the Mountain game, right? And I would say if a bunch of Balasins, the Gurukul kids who are given the Vedic education, is taught, is got everyone to be in that mountain and exist blissfully, they become the king, right? So that is the non-violent and peaceful existence that we are taught.
I like that.
Actually, I'm actually feeling so excited, delighted, and so insightful to have like both of you in the panel, because like a lot of contemplation is happening as we are sharing with you, because so far it's like the way how things are actually happening outside. Like when I say outside, I mean outside the Gurukul is so different, like the outside world, the suffering that's happening to what the leaders and thinkers and people like is so beautifully mapping. So it's so delightful. Thank you so much. Thank you once again for joining. And I would just like to add one point over here, like Ma Swatantra Priya was mentioning about this Varnashrama Dharma. In today's society, we have a government, a group of people. And that is why they are having the power to exploit. They are having the power to correct. And end of the day, we all are affected. In the Vedic times, this used to be very different. There are 4 major things that we have as important components where the power needs to be distributed. The decision making, the power itself, money, food. So this is, and knowledge. These are 4 key areas where the power needs to be equally distributed into. We have these 4 only called as Brahmanas, who used to manage the knowledge dimension of the kingdom. Kshatriyas, the ones, the kings, soldiers, the people who used to manage the power, the power, democracy, that dimension. Third, Vaishyas. Vaishyas were the ones who used to manage the money dimension. They used to control the money. They used to manage and have the power of money. This is how in any kingdom, the powers were equally distributed. I'll give you one example. A doctor. Today, when we get a treatment, whether we are healed or not healed, it's not the doctor might be concerned about it, but that does not directly affect his life. Because already before we get healed, moment we get treated, we are paying the doctor. So what would the doctors wish be? More and more sick people happening, more and more profit for him. But in the Vedic times, it was different. When anybody is sick, let's say a farmer is sick, he goes to the doctor attends to him, the farmer does not pay money, portion of that food to the doctor as a tribute to him for keeping him healthy. So now what would be the intention of the doctor? To keep the whole society healthy, so there will be a mutual benefit for each other. This is the same, and this is how the whole society is kept stable. And this way, there is no exploitation or corruption that can happen. Everybody is happy because the power is not with one person, but equally distributed.
Actually, this furthering this discussion is so beautiful. And as we're all, Mr. John Pitts, is there anything that you would like to share? Is there anything like you would like to add? Is there anything else that you want to share? I
don't believe so. I really appreciate y'all's comments very much. I think it expanded, needless to say, what I was talking about. I love the idea of what power is spreading the power to everyone and to be able to be sure that everyone is happy and included everyone.
Thank you so much, sir. Thank you so much, Mr. John Pitts. And Dr. Richards, is there anything that you would like to share and you would like to add?
Thank you. Well, first of all, my friend Patrick Henry had to step away, but he asked me to share a message with you, and that was to let all of you know how honored he was to be part of the discussion. And Patrick, who is 81 years old, and who's gone to get his COVID booster shot. That's why he had to leave. Patrick said, "My hope in the future is based on the fact that 22-year-old women on the other side of the globe are teaching me how to make peace. Also, the wisdom of the Supreme Pontiff is offered to all, regardless of religion, nationality, and gender. So that's Patrick's thank you. I'd like to add my own. I've learned so much from listening to you, and I'm so inspired by the Kailasa and Vedic principles, and the fact that you assembled this panel as part of the UN International Day of Peace. I'd like to thank Mahakathitha Ananda again for inviting me to be part of this. It's been a pleasure. I've learned so much, and we didn't get to talk yet very much about the role of women in peace building, but this panel is a great example of it. And in terms of leadership and power, I would just like to add that it's not merely from positions of political power. In colleges and universities in the United States for the last 20 years, there have been more women enrolling in college than men. There have been more women completing their degrees than men who start out. There have been more women earning higher degrees. They are the leaders of tomorrow, not just in politics, but in all. And I've been so honored to be part of this. And thank you for all that you have taught me. And I wish this organization all the best as it continues to spread this beautiful message of nonviolence and cooperation and development of inner peace, inner light that then radiates to the rest of the world. Thank you.
Actually, really, that message that you had shared of your friend was really touching, and each of your messages are really touching. And I just like to add one thing here. The Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism he is happened here with this immense knowledge and literally evolutioning. I wouldn't say revolutionizing, I would say evolving all of us and making us, giving us the possibility that at any point that you are in, you have the possibility in you. Even now, you can decide and you can manifest the life that you want without any violence, without any kind. And it was really wonderful to actually listen from each of you from the depth of your experiences. That really spoke a lot. I actually learned a lot in this panel just based on that experience, that depth of the experiences that both Dr. Richard and Mr. Pitts had, and what actually you spoke, and like how the world is actually striving to get to this point, because the world is striving to get to this change. And we would actually love to hear more and more such things from you. And we would be having these kind of panels more. And we would really love to invite you, and would be lovely to even have more guests who are joining here to share such amazing, insightful knowledge to us and making this whole thing so lively. Thank you so much, sir, for both of you for joining this panel.
And we thank all the viewers and everybody else that were watching with us throughout. And here we are on this International Day of Peace. We have a solution, the happening of the nation of Kailasa, where the Supreme Pontiff has beautifully envisioned such non-violent beings, at least 10,000 beings who manifest these extraordinary powers, a complete non-violent, just them sitting and leading is going to create a globe where it is only blissful coexistence without any violence, the best future, and experiencing the greater science of life called Hinduism in our lives. So we thank each and every one of you for tuning in, Priyananda and Manitya Mahakathitananda, for each of you for sharing the stage with us. And we would again like to thank our esteemed guests of today, Dr. Richard and Mr. John Pitts, for joining and sharing your profound experiences and thoughts with us. And the announcement of the Sustainable Development Goals by the UN, there are a lot of special panel discussions and special programs that are coming our way. So we thank all the viewers as well for joining us. And yes, like each and every viewer is awaiting We are also going to be having the Sundareshwara Paramashiva Bhava Samadhi Darshan, and we will also be announcing about that. But before that, we would like to conclude this special.
Om Purnamadah Purnamidam Purnat Purnamudachyate Purnasya Purnamadaya Purnamevavasishyate. Om Shanti 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 Hari Om Tat Sat. Sarvam Bhagavat Shri Nithyananda Paramashiva Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Various different social media platforms, and awaiting the darshan of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we have an announcement for all of you. We are going to be having this darshan starting shortly, and we are today, due to the intense samadhi of the Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, we are going to be having the alive Sundareshwara Paramashiva Sayuja Samadhi darshan that will be played. And now we request everyone to kindly sit with your head, neck and spine in a straight line. Close your eyes and let us all chant the Mahavakya. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Chant this Mahavakya intensely and sit in a meditative state to receive the darshan.
Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham.
பாட்டும் நானே பாவம் நானே பாட்டும் நானே பாவம் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவம் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே கூட்டும் இசையும் கூட்டின் முறையும் காட்டும் என்னிடம் கதை சொல்ல வந்தாயோ கூட்டும் பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பொருளில் இசையும் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையின் நாயகன் நானே அசையும் பொருளில் இசையும் நானே ஆடும் கலையின் நாயகன் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே எதிலும் இயங்கும் இயக்கம் நானே என் இசை நின்றால் அடங்கும் உலகே நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா நான் அசைந்தால் அசையும் அகிலமெல்லாமே அறிவாய் மனிதாவும் ஆணவம் பேரிடா ஆடவாயனோடு பாட வந்தவனின் பாட்டுவாயை இனி மூட வந்ததும் பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே பாடும் உன்னை நான் பாட வைத்தேனே பாட்டும் நானே பாவமும் நானே தத்திகம் திகதிகம் திகதி தனிதபதி தனி 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 தப மகரி தமகரி பமகர பமகரி மகர झुमक झुमक जन झुमक जन झुमक झुमक दिंधा दिंधा आ झुमक झुमक दिंधा इंदा सगरी सरिनी दरिनी ददा दरि दनि दब मामनै दरि कार्यकर्ता पारनी गिरगते सागरे मग गजा पप मद पपरि मद पप मनि दसगिरि सागरे मग करि दनि दा सागरे दनि तरि तरि दा दरि तरि दनि दा रि गम मद पप गम तरि मद तरि दनि तरि मगरि ग पमरि ग करि दनि रि मेरि तरि दनि दा पप पत तरि दा पप तरि तरि दा पप करि दनि दनि तरि गरि ग करि दनि तरि दनि 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 दा हरि दनि सुबंति दा आते कमरि भाटुनाने बावुनाने
அவன் செய்த விளையாடல்களே அளவாய் அழகு நின்றான் அவன் செய்த விளையாடல்களே அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் அளவாய் அழகு நின்றான் அவன் செய்த விளையாடல்களே அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் அளவாய் அழகு நின்றான்
சாபம் தவிர்த்து வெள்ளை யானை சாபம் தீர்த்து இந்திரனின் சாபம் தவிர்த்து வெள்ளை யானை சாபம் தீர்த்து கடம்பவனம் மதுரையானது மதுரையானது பாண்டியனின் மகளாய் உமாதேவி தடாதகையாய் அவதாரம் செய்து சௌந்தர பாண்டியனை அன்னையை மணம் முடித்து வெள்ளியம்பல திருநடனம் புரிந்து சோதரனுக்கு அன்னமிட்டது அன்னக்கூடி அழகன் என்றார். சித்தராய் சித்துகள் புரிந்து கல்யாணைக்கு கரும்பு தந்து யானை அழித்து கால் மாறி ஆடியது பார்ப்பனமாதுக்கு அனுகிரகம் செய்து வேடம் பழி தீர்த்து சாட்சி சொன்னது மழை தடுத்து நான் மாடக்கூடலாய் வெறியல் பாவம் தீர்த்து மாணவரங்கம் கொய்து சமணரும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் மலவாழகன் என்றார்.
முத்திரை இடவ முத்திரை விட்டு உலக கொடியை காட்டியது மன்னனுக்கு சொர்க்கம் காட்டியது மாமனாய் வந்து வழக்குரைத்தது அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் புதுவில் பெறும் அளவாய் அழகு நின்றார்.
விதியில் விறகு சுமந்து சேரனுக்கு திருமுகம் தந்தது. விதியில் விறகு சுமந்து சேரனுக்கு திருமுகம் தந்தது. பாட பத்திரர் பலகை தந்தது, பலகை தந்தது. விரலுக்கு இசையில் வெற்றி தந்தது, பன்றிகளுக்கு பால் ஊட்டி வளர்த்தது. பன்னிருவரை மந்திரியாக்கச் செய்தது, கரிக்குருவிக்கு உபதேசம் செய்தது. நாரைக்கு முக்தியை தந்து அருளியது, அரவத்தால் காலவாய் காண்பித்தருளியது. அனைவருக்கும் நினைவில் வரும் ஆனந்தம் பொதுவில் தரும் அழகன் என்றார். நரிப்பரியானது பரிநறியானது, பிட்டுக்கு மண் சுமந்து தூண் நிமித்தியது. சமணரை ஆயிரமே சொக்கனின் விளையாட இன்னும் ஆயிரம் ஆயிரமே. படித்தவர்க்கும் கேட்டவர்க்கும் பல பல பலன் தருமே, பல பல பலன் தருமே, பல பல பலன் தருமே. அனலாட புனலாட அம்புலியும் ஆட, அனலாட புனலாட அம்புலியும் ஆட. அருகோடு கொன்றையும் எழிலாக ஆட, அருகோடு கொன்றையும் எழிலாக ஆட. மழுவாட வானாட, மழுவாட வானாட. மாமேருவும் மாட, புவியாட கணமாட. காலனோடு காற்றாட திக்காட, கணமாட காலனோடு காற்றாட திக்காட. களி நடனம் காணறிய காட்சிதனை கண்டோமே, களி நடனம் காணறிய காட்சிதனை கண்டோமே. உமையாளும் தத்தோம் தகத்தோம் என்றாட, உமையாளும் தத்தோம் தகத்தோம் என்றாட. தாளமோடு இசை பாட ஆடிய கூத்தனே, தாளமோடு இசை பாட ஆடிய கூத்தனே, ஆடிய கூத்தனே. ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம சிவாய, ஓம் நம
Shiva, 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 Shiva. நன்மையை தந்திட நாம் மலர்ந்தோம் இங்கு. நாமே உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் தன்மையாயிருக்கும் தயாபர பரமசிவ பரம்பொருள்.
உயிரோடு உணர்வும் உருகி கண்களில் ஆனந்த கண்ணீர் பெருகி நிறைந்திடும் மனத்தொடு நிம்மதியோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். உங்கள் உயிருக்குள் உறைந்திருக்கும் நான் உயிர்த்து மலர்வேன் இப்பொழுது. ஆன்மலிங்கத்தை கொணர்ந்து ஆனந்த கந்தத்தில் தாங்கி நிறை உணர்வோடு அமர்ந்திருங்கள். நிர்விகல்பம் தருவேன். உங்கள் உயிருக்குள் உறைந்திருக்கும் நான் உணர்வாய் மலர்ந்து இருப்பேன். ஓம் ஓம் சிவ 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 சிவ.
எடுத்தந்தானடி தில்லையிலே எடுத்தந்தானடி தில்லையிலே அதை பாட வந்தேனவன் எல்லையிலே. எடுத்தந்தானடி தில்லையிலே அதை பாட வந்தேனவன் எல்லையிலே. இறைவனை நாட இன்னிசை பாட திருமுறை கூறிடும் அறநெறி கூட எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே. எட்டிலும் மூவரை எழுத வைத்தார். எட்டிலும் மூவரை எழுத வைத்தார். அந்த பாட்டையும் அவனே பாட வைத்தார். நாட்டையும் தமிழையும் வாழ வைத்தார். நாட்டையும் தமிழையும் வாழ வைத்தார். அவன் நமக்கென்று உள்ளதை வழங்கிவிட்டார். நமக்கென்று உள்ளதை வழங்கிவிட்டார். எடுகந்தானடி தில்லையிலே. தந்தையும் தாயும் போல் அவன் இருப்பான். ஒரு தந்தையும் தாயும் அவனுக்கில்லை. அந்நாள் தொடங்கி இருநாள் வரையில் அந்நாள் தொடங்கி இருநாள் வரையில் அவனென்று எதுவுமே நடப்பதில்லை. அவனென்று எதுவுமே நடப்பதில்லை. எடுதந்தானடி தில்லையிலே.
நடனமு புரிவிழி உருள காண்முகிலது நிறமென திரள விழுவிலகிட அவனது பெயரை தொழுவோம் தொழுவோம். சிவ வாழ்வில் சேராது ஓர் நாட்டமே அவன் பார்வை காட்டாதே ஏமாற்றமே. திருநீரை நாம் பூச தேரோட்டமே நலம் கூட தீராதோ போராட்டமே. நினைத்தையதையும் சொல்லென்பார் நிலவெற செயல் செய்யென்பார் எதிர்த்து பகைகளை வெல்லென்பார் வீரம் தந்தே எடுத்த அடியில் செல்லென்பார் இமயமும் சிறு கல்லென்பார் விரித்த கயமையை கொல்லென்பார். நேரில் வந்தே ஆதிவேதம் ஆன்றோரு மோத நிலையானதே சிவமே. ஆனாத ஓங்காரம் நாள்தோறும் பாட உடன் சேருமே ஜெயமே. காத வேரோட பூண்டு பூச்சூட அறிவோம் என்போமே. दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने. நின்னருள் புகழ்ந்து பணியும் என்னையும் இறங்கி அருளும். நின்னருள் புகழ்ந்து பணியும் என்னையும் இறங்கி அருளும். மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே. தீன கருணாகரனே நடராஜா நீலகண்டனே दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने. मीनलोचनी मणाला ताण्डवमाडुं सभावदे मीनलोचनी मणाला ताण्डवमाडुं सभावदे. ஞானியர் மனம் விரும்பும் நீலகண்டனே ஞானியர் மனம் விரும்பும் நீலகண்டனே. மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே. ஆதி அந்தமில்லா ஹரனே அன்பர் உள்ளும் வாழும் பரனே. ஆதி அந்தமில்லா ஹரனே ஆதிமதிமேனியனே பரமேஷா நீலகண்டனே. மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே மௌன குருவே ஹரனே எனையாண்ட நீலகண்டனே. दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा नीलकण्ठने दीन करुणाकरणे नटराजा வேணுங்கள் இறைவனே. கலாஞான வடிவான அமலனே நடன கலாஞான வடிவான அமலனே. கதி தரும் மலர் பாதனே ஜெகதீசனே ஜெகதீசனே உயிரெல்லாம் நிறைபவனே தேவ தேவ எனையாளும் மாதவமே தயாபரா மகேஸ்வரா அருள் தர வேணும் என் இறைவனே. அன்பினால் குருகி பண்பாடவே நான் அன்பினால் குருகி பண்பாடவே அந்த அப்பரும் சுந்தரரும் நான் அல்லவே. கனகாபிஷேகம் செய்வோம் என்றால் உனக்கு காசாசை இல்லை அது நீ தந்ததே. கனகாபிஷேகம் செய்வோம் செய்யதேது எனதெல்ல பொருளேது எனதெல்ல செய்யதேது நீ எல்லாம் உலகம் ஏது மாதவமே தயாபராமகே.
கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத கடினம் ஐயே மெத கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத கடினம் பொய்யாத பொன்னம்பலத்தையாயிருக்கும் இடம் பொய்யாத பொன்னம்பலத்தையா இருக்கும் இடம் நையாண்ட மனிதற்கு உய்யாது கண்டு கொள்ளும் நை உமதடிமையே மானாபிமானம் விட்டு தானாகி நின்றவர்க்கு சேனாதிபதி போல ஞானாதிபதி உண்டு. மானாபிமானம் விட்டு தானாகி நின்றவர்க்கு சேனாதிபதி போல ஞானாதிபதி உண்டு. பாருமே கட்டிக்காருமே உள்ளே சேருமே அது போதுமே. பாருமே கட்டிக்காருமே உள்ளே சேருமே அது போதுமே. மெத்த கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத்த கடினம் உமதடிமையே மெத்த கடினம் உமதடிமையே.
சிவ 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 சிவ. நலன்கள் எல்லாம் பெற்று நல்வாழ்வு வாழ்ந்திட உலகனைத்துக்கும் ஆனந்தத்தொடு பெருவரமும் அளித்தோம். உள்ளத்துள் உறைந்திருக்கும் நாம் உயிர்த்தெழுந்து உங்கள் எல்லோருக்கும் நன்மை செய்வோம். உண்மை இதுவே. சுந்தரேசந்தரும் பேரருள் வாழ்க வாழ்க ஆனந்தத்தொடு வாழ்வீர்களாக. ஓம். Corina Parvu Tatasthu. You will experience your life successfully. Maya Das Tatasthu. Sarvanya Pitakarta Shivapunya Praptirastu. Dattatreya Tatpurusha Shivam Tatasthu. Nirvikalpa Samadhi Praptirastu. Om, 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 Om. Supriya Maurya Tatasthu. Parimala Shivaraman Tatasthu.
बुद्ध्यहङ्कारचित्तानि नाहं न च श्रोत्रजिह्वे न च घ्राणनेत्रे न च व्योमभूमिर्न तेजो न वायुः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं
சிவ சிவ ஆன்மலிங்கத்தை சக்தியை உயிர் பெறச் செய்து நாமே உங்கள் எல்லோருக்குள்ளும் பெரும் நன்மை செய்திடுவோம். ஓம் சிவ சிவ சிவ.
च वायु न वा सप्तधातुर्न वा पञ्चकोशः न वा पाणिपादौ न चोपस्थपायु चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 न मे द्वेषरागौ न मे लोभमोहौ मदो नैव मे नैव मात्सर्यभावः न धर्मो न चार्थो न कामो न मोक्षः चिदानन्दरूपं शिवोऽहं शिवोऽहं न पुण्यं न पापं न सौख्यं न दुःखं न मन्त्रो न तीर्थं न वेदः न यज्ञः अहं भोजनं नैव भोज्यं न भोक्ता चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 न मृत्युर्न शङ्का न मे जातिभेदः पिता नैव मे नैव माता न जन्म न बन्धुर्न मित्रं गुरुर्नैव शिष्यः चिदानन्दरूप शिवोऽहं 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 शिवोऽहं
ओम शिव 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 शिव. ओम शिव 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 शिव.
தூயனவன் சிவகாமத உந்தரினேயனவன் காமம் அகற்றிய தூயனவன் சிவகாமத உந்தரினேயனவன் மாமரி ஓதி செவ்வாயனவன் மணி மந்தேனு ஞானகாயனவன் மாமரி ஓதி செவ்வாயனவன் மணி மந்தேனு ஞானகாயனவன் தல்லை கனி பிக்கும் சுத்தனவன் தல்லை கனி விக்கும் சுத்தனவன் முடி கங்கை கருளிய கல்லனவன் தல்லை கனி விக்கும் சுத்தனவன் முடி கங்கை கருளிய கல்லனவன் இல்லை சிதம்பர சித்தனவன் தேவசிங்கமேனு உயர் தங்கமவன் தேவசிங்கமேனு உயர் தங்கமவன் அம்பலத்தாடல் திகையனவன் அம்பலத்தாடல் ஐயனவன் அன்பர் அன்பிற்கெளிதரும் மெய்யனவன் அம்பலத்தாடல் ஐயனவன் அன்பர் அன்பிற்கெளிதரும் மெய்யனவன் கும்பை முடிக்கணி துயனவன் ஸ்வயஞ்சோதியவன் பரஞ்சோதியவன் முடிக்கணி துயனவன் ஸ்வயஞ்சோதியவன் பரஞ்சோதியவன் ஸ்வயஞ்சோதியவன் பரஞ்ச ஜோதியவன் ஜோதியவன் பரஞ்சோதியவன் சிவசங்கரனை பணிந்தாடுவோம் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே சிவசங்கரனை பணிந்தாடுவோம் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே அவன் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே சிவசங்கரனை பணிந்தாடுவோம் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே அவன் புகழ் பாடுவோம் நிலமே
கலசம் போற்றி போற்றி சுருங்கு முறை அடிமலர் குழல் போற்றி உத்தரிய தொடி தோல் போற்றி கரும் பொருவ சிலை போற்றி கவுனியத்து சுரங்க கலசம் போற்றி போற்றி சுருங்கு முறை அடிமலர் குழல் போற்றி
Nithyanandam Jnanapatati Manual under the guidance of Supreme Pontiff of Hinduism, Jagadguru Mahasannidhanam, His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam. Let's start with the Sadguru Vandanam. Nithyanandam Paramasukhanam Kevalam Jnanamurtim Dvandvatitam Gaganasadushnam Tattvamasya Lakshya Ekam Nityam Vimalamachalam Sarvadi Sakshi Bhutam Bhavatitam Trigunarahitam Sadgurum Tam Namami. Let's go through the disclaimers. Security measures. No photography, video, audio recording. Important cautions. Please be aware of the important cautions. What is spa manifestation? Let's hear from Bhagavan himself explaining what is spa manifestation.
All the 25 states of consciousness, when they happen in you, due to your chemicals and hormones ups and downs, it is powerlessness. When it happens in you, out of your free will and consciousness, it is powerfulness. That's all. When you fall into sleep, it is powerlessness. When you enter into sleep, it is powerfulness. When you fall into dream, it is powerlessness. When you decide to dream, it is powerfulness. So I have added the ultimate powerfulness, Turyatita, in your whole being and doing. Manifest all the powers. Understand, power manifestation is nothing but cognitive shift. It is not work. It is cognitive shift. Understand? It is just cognitive shift. It's not work. Work is a 4-letter word. Power manifestation is cognitive shift. Playing with life. Playing with being alive. Static matter, dynamic activity, strategic existence, all these three has no boundary. You are one with it. You are alive in everything. Everything listens to you. Everything decides as you want.
Bhagavan beautifully said, power manifestation is everything decides as you want. The possibilities that we are. And this is a science of power manifestation because millions have experienced it. And each one of us can experience the subconscious breakthrough. For each of the pramanas, for each of the power manifestation, the pramanas, the evidence are listed here. The Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures, the Vedas and the Agamas, for the power of clairvoyance. Apta Pramana, the experience and the results of the Aptas. Aptas are millions of rishis, munis, ganas, nainamas, alvar, siddhas, yoginis, yogis, all of them are the authority of Hinduism who have manifested all the powers of Paramashiva. Atma Pramana, account of His Divine Holiness, Bhagavan Nithyananda Paramashivam, this millennium's avatar's personal experience of power manifestation. Bhagavan's very own Leelas to showcase how the cognitive shift, how the detox really makes him manifest all the powers, the superconscious breakthrough. Shakshi Pramana, the experience of the millions of disciple, devotees, followers all around the world initiated by Bhagavan into the science of power manifestation. Bhagavan beautifully says, whoever comes to the Kailash courtyard, I myself will be there more present and manifest through all of them as reality. Pratyaksha Pramana, the scientific study measuring the effect of being in the enlightened state. Not just the thoughtless space, but each of these powers are scientifically verified. And all these great science is delivered for us who understands Paramashiva is the reality. The science of power manifestation starts with Shastra Pramana. Shastra Pramana, the eternal unchangeable truth revealed in the source scriptures. Shiva Samhita 5.8384 for the power of clairvoyance.
Is taken from the Shiva Samhita 5.83. Jnananya cha pratimam tasya trikala vishayam bhavet dura shrishti dura drishti swechaya kagatam brajet Jnananya cha pratimam tasya trikala vishayam bhavet dura shrishti dura drishti swechaya kagatam brajet.
Beautifully, Bhagavan Paramashiva, Sundareshwara Paramashiva, he gets immeasurable experiential knowledge, knows the past, present, future time, have the Drudha Drishti and Dura Shrishti, the power of seeing anything at a distance, and power of the seeing, hearing anything at a distance, even the 5 senses they can experience at a distance. And the Kagatam, the power of walking on the air or power to speak on any subject, omniscience. All this is a great possibility. Can I do all these things? Can it be possible for me? Absolutely. If millions can experience it, each one of us can experience that. Beautifully, Bhagavan says, how the bird which flies, the person who tries to catch the bird, has some small twig attached. And when the bird comes and sits on this twig, and the bird becomes topsy-turvy, it starts facing as though it's falling down, but it is catching with his toe. And
the bird stays like that, not leaving his toe to the twig, because he thinks, if I leave it, I will fall down and die. Will a bird ever fall down and die, or flutter and then get the balance and start flying? The fear that we have to lose our identity, that we become nothing, that we will lose all that we know, but actually losing ourselves is how we go to even sleep. We don't lose anything. Bhagavan says sleep is a small death, and we experience it every single day. We don't know whether we are going to wake up, but we still go to sleep. And we actually are very happy about sleeping. Nobody says, I don't want to sleep. I will die. I don't want to do this. Everyone is so happy. And so we are able to understand, but we are not ready to cognize it. The same way the monkeys, Bhagavan says, when it puts the hand to reach out for the sweet which is kept inside place, it gets caught. If it leaves the sweet, it can take out the hand, but it will not leave till the man comes and catches the monkey. The greed that we are, constantly we think outer world is going to fulfill us, outer world is going to save us, outer world is going to do something, add some knowledge to us. All that is a delusion. It doesn't do anything. It only gives us root shock at some point and wakes us up, that telling it is not real. Again and again, when life teaches us, it is very hard. It doesn't know. Like it's electricity, it doesn't know it's a king or a beggar. It shocks everybody. Same way, the life is so hard, but Bhagavan is so sweet that making us do the power manifestation teaches us that each of these power manifestation, every time you engage in that, it pokes hole in your logic that you are not permanent. This body does not possess you. You possess the body. The body does not say, oh, why did you leave me and go to sleep? And why did you go to the dream? It is perfectly fine whatever you do. Even the day of their death, you leave it and go. It doesn't do anything. It just stays. It is a matter like you have a car. Car does not tell, oh, you have to only use me. It does not say anything. It is a vehicle. That's all. But if the body is not you, then who are you? And what is that composes you? The question we start asking again and again, if we are not the body, we are not the mind, then what are we? And then more and more we start manifesting powers. We recognize we are Paramashiva, who is manifesting even this body, which is seen at the back of your brain, even the mind, which is used to as a processor to get you into different states of consciousness. And if we understand this higher intelligence and more intelligence, that what we are trying to do in the outer world is nothing of use. How the Bhagavan gives example of the wave, where the wave tries to create with the shells and sand a castle and say, I'm going to live here forever, happily ever after, and collects all the crabs, pulls all the crabs and pulls the shells and have a family and have the shells as the security and a big castle. It is going to be going off in few seconds. And that is exactly how our life is. We come into the birth and death again and again, thinking whatever we assume as joy. But understanding, leaving this fear and greed, we can experience same joy without that fear and greed. And that is what Paramashiva says. All the greatest saints, the Pandya, the Janaka, the emperors, lived as emperors, but being in the context, they are conscious sovereignty and they are Paramashiva. Again and again, when you live as Paramashiva, Rama ruled the kingdom for so many years, thousands of years. Krishna lived and even waged a war, and he was in such a trauma that even before he was born, his sisters were killed and he was in a trauma, but nothing affected him. Even as a baby, he touches Yamuna and blesses her because she was raising. All this greatest signs again and again told to us is we can live that beautiful life that you want in the outer world from the context of conscious sovereignty, and much more in beautiful, blissful and auspiciousness and abundance Here, Bhagavan gives us the glimpse of power manifestation, how we can experience that again and again and manifest as reality. Apta Pramana. Apta Pramana, how Krishna, the Mother Earth wanted Krishna to feed him, and Krishna took the dirt and put it in his mouth, and literally it was nectar, not dirt for him. Literally Mother Earth giving the milk. And this is from Srimad Bhagavatam, Canto 8, chapter 8, Canto 10. Beautifully it's said how for Yashoda he showed many times the whole universe in his mouth, and whenever she sees, she goes into that oneness with Krishna. But the minute he closes his mouth and cries, she becomes a normal human and starts taking care of the child. What an innocent space. In the cruise, Bhagavan once opened his mouth for Prasanna's kid, and he said, I can show you the whole universe. When the kid asked, can you show me, just like Krishna, the whole universe in your mouth? But after asking, he got shy and ran away. The mother started trying to see Bhagwan's mouth, but he said, you have to hold that beautiful space of conscious serenity to observe the greatest signs. All this possible for each one of us when we understand the greater reality. Now in the Atma Pramana, Bhagavan speaks about, the audio is little low, the original video. So I'm going to narrate it and then I'm going to play it again where Bhagavan himself narrates it. He says about how Annamalai Swami, who is a Vedanti, who once gave him the butter, and he told the story of how the old lady, a village lady, who churns the butter out of the milk, and she sings the Ribu Gita, and every word of Ribu Gita goes into the butter as she churns, and simply that becomes the butter. So when Annamalai Swami gave him the butter, he experienced for 2.5 days literally Nirvikalpa Samadhi, being in the bliss, just listening to that Ribu Gita in the butter. Whenever we cook, all that whoever is cooking is so important. It goes into the food directly and starts becoming reality for the persons who take it. Here, Bhagavan beautifully says how this lady, a village lady, was able to be in such a oneness space that she could change the butter into Ribu Gita. Bhagavan beautifully narrates.
One day I was just sitting in front of him and looking at his grace. Actually, he's an elderly person. You can never understand the kind of a grace his body radiates. Just with one loin cloth on one small towel, he will be sitting and staring at the Arunachala hill. The samadhi can be seen with the eyes. I can say, looking at the master's form when he is in samadhi is literally like a drinking samadhi through eyes. Drinking samadhi through eyes, that is the word I'll use. Drinking samadhi through eyes. So I was just drinking samadhi through my eyes in front of him. The elderly lady brought little butter that day and he took little and put it in the mouth. And very unexpectedly, he took little and put it in my mouth also. I just took it and he directly fed with his own hand, putting it in my mouth. I just took it and then could not understand. I was staring at him. Why he did this? Because he was not the kind of a person who does this kind of a physically expressing love. He is not that kind of person. Arunagiri Yogeshwara was that kind of person. Hugging or physically feeding, touching, through body showing the love and feeling connection. Arunagiri Yogeshwara was that kind of person. But Annamalai Swami is not that kind of person. He is a kind of a dry Vedanti. No physical gestures to demonstrate love. No physical way of demonstrating love.
So I was wondering, what is going on? He himself started telling, hey, in Tamil he said, Ribugida kadanchi kondu vara amrutamada idu, means that lady who makes butter, while she is churning, she chants Ribugita constantly and makes that butter. Because of that, it has become nectar. Please understand, an ordinary village lady who sells butter and buttermilk and makes her life, when she is able to establish herself in the state of completion, why not we? Annamalai Swami says, while she is churning the milk, in Indian villages they will keep a big pot and put a spindle called mattu and put a rope and churn. Around 2-3 hours you have to churn, and then the butter will be churned out, and the butter they will collect and put it in a cloth and squeeze to take the water part out, and then it will become a solid butter. They will bring it and sell. He says, she is so sincerely singing the Ribu Gita constantly and churning. Now she has become the truth while she is churning, so that butter also has become nectar, filled with the truth. And I really want to tell you, at least next 2.5 days, after that butter gone into my mouth, my body, I was in that samadhi, the same state in which Annamalai Swamigal was.
Beautifully, Bhagavan says how the butter went into his body, just brought him to samadhi, just eating butter. What a greatest blessing. Nothing else. You be in samadhi, just eating butter. Wow. That is the greatest gift. But the context of the butter is the Ribu Gita, which is the butter itself. The highest reality. All the saints used to put the kids to sleep, telling, hey, you are not the body, you are not the mind, you are Paramashiva, and put them to sleep. And that is how the Balasans every day sing and chant, and then they wish each other Abhyam Sarobodebhyo. That means you unlock yourself into that beautiful space, how you put on the tent and then you close all the tent. Like that in your life, you create all the characters. In how you do it in the dream, exactly you create right now also. Bhagavan says there's no difference between the dream and now. You still don't know who you are, so you are dreaming. So whatever, whoever and whatever things we are projecting in our life is nothing but a dream. Then how can others see in the dream? Even in your dream, others are there. And you said the same questions, what you have right now. You say the same thing. When you come back from the dream, you again come to the same state. Yes, in your dream also, you went to deep sleep and dream, deep sleep and dream. You asked the same question and you came back and you had the same dream. So all this, we think what is longer should be the reality. But then if that is true, we should only go for the eternal longer one. This is still not the longer one. What we experience, Bhagavan says, is the longest, eternal, immortal, self-effulgent, omniscience. All that is how we exist. And then we should hold that as our cognition, that we are Paramashiva. But we hold on to this dream. The same material what you're making in the dream, all the projection you're making in this also. Each one has their perception reality, which they are projecting and they are perceiving. But dropping all that identity, the questions and everything the mind is creating, simply understanding you are Paramashiva, simply like the butter out of the milk which has become the curd, you will understand the essence of who you are. And here we have Shammai, who is explaining how she did not get the taste initially, but after that she felt completely nectar many a times, and whenever she tasted anything, it was tasting like nectar, and literally her whole body was experiencing the nectar. Each one of us is going to taste today, but not our liquid, what we have in front of us, that we can, but at a distance. You can call your friends, family, and tell them now you're going to see or taste what they are eating, and clearly not the regular food, but also the things which are very unique. You're going to tell them what they ate today by just experiencing the taste of the food. And really beautiful that we can all understand that we are all connected, and simply the whole science starts manifesting in us. Bhagavan says, as a child, when the child is grown with the Gurukula, where they take care of the cows, the body simply starts having the high senses. The senses become very pure. Like, for example, if you're not able to smell the sand right now without the rain falling, the first rain falls on the mud, you smell because of the bacteria, you say, but actually we can smell that even now. Same way our eyes can see in the dark and read in the dark. And same way we are, when our body is there near the goshalas, Bhagavan says they get rid of asthma, especially small children. Now big actor and actress are posting that they are taking the cow urine for their therapy as for COVID, which is literally the greatest signs that all that gods and goddesses are there in the cow, generating the best place for the kids to grow. The Goshala, the temple, Adi Kailash, is the greatest gift Bhagavan has given for each of the human to evolve into superconscious being. Here, our senses, again, we are going to get back our senses by manifesting these powers every single day. How you do puja, how you do yoga. When you do power manifestation, it pokes hole in your logic and makes you understand, hey, you are not the body, you are not the mind. You are the superconsciousness who's residing and using this body, using this mind for your purposes, and not get engaged with all that outer world, but still be in the bliss, experiencing the outer world, the very purpose why you have come down to enjoy everything. Here you can sit straight with your head, neck, and spine in a straight line. Bring Sundareshwara Paramashiva, just the darshan, the beautiful darshan, the gorgeous darshan, all the blessing, all the powerful cognitions, and intense compassion for each one of them, meticulously caring and blessing each one of them. All that, bring it to your third eye. Smarnatha Mukti Arunachala. That which you cannot remember, that which you cannot forget, but that which remembers you. Who is that? Start inquiring. An absolute unclutching from this world. Like you want to go to sleep, you cannot read a book and sleep. You have to close the book. You have to close the tab. Same way, you have to drop your thoughts, engagement with the thoughts. Thoughts keep happening. That is nothing wrong, but don't engage in that. Don't make a statement out of that. Don't listen to that. And look at it. The more and more you look at it, it disappears. Bhagavan beautifully says, Buddha told one of the disciples who was saying, I cannot stop my thoughts. It's too much of a random. But every night we are doing that when we go to sleep. So when he said that, he said, okay, go get me water from this particular pond. And when he went, he saw lots of buffalo in the pond and it's so dirty. So he had to wait a long time for the buffaloes to go and then settle down. Once it's settled down, he goes and takes the water. Again, it's mishy. It's all mixed up. Again, he has to wait and watch the water. When he watches, it all settles down. That is how our mind is. He never got the water to Buddha, but he understood what Buddha said. You just have to watch, be alive, awake. That is why you sit as 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands, being alive and just watch your thoughts and chant the Mahavakya. And with a deep listening, entangling with Bhagavan in the quantum space, you suddenly fall into the beautiful space of oneness and experience the oneness with Paramashiva, manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. Again and again, when you do this, you will start experiencing the higher dimension, who you are. You are Paramashiva, you are Parashakti, you are Sundareshwara or Kalabhairava. You are sitting there, absolutely chosen one to be manifesting the powers of Paramashiva. So sit with 25 heads and 75 eyes and 50 hands and chant the Mahavakya with deep gratitude and surrender all your identities. Do not hold your identity as Paramashiva, but Paramashiva who has experienced this identity. That's only thing that you understand, that you are Paramashiva, recognizing your Paramashiva. Bhagavan calls it recognizing your identity to Paramashiva's identity. You start manifesting all the reality. Let's start chanting to experience the power of clairvoyance. Few minutes of meditation can manifest so much of auspiciousness. Let's start chanting with a deep listening. It need not be loud. It has to be from your navel center. Deeply, when you deeply breathe, you will not have thoughts. So to bring you to the thoughtless space and raise your frequency, you're chanting your Mahavakya. And that is the key to manifest and beautifully merge into Paramashiva's lotus feet and manifest all the powers of Paramashiva. Let's start the power of clairvoyance, identifying the taste at a distance.
Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Paramashivoham, 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivam. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Beautiful, the first cycle. Whatever taste you have experienced, please go ahead and call the other person and ask them the detail and authentically write down the detail and take a screenshot that you can share with the world. All these great signs, how it exactly coincides, it's not coincidence. Nothing is coincidence, it's your perception. If you are able to perceive you are Paramashiva, you have broken that very perception itself. When you understand that everything is connected, now they say neuroplasticity and mirror neurons and the quantum reality, quantum entanglement. But Bhagavan has beautifully given us in a simple words that everything that exists is Paramashiva and that everything that is happening is Parashakti. And simply your will persistence can manifest the reality as you want. When you understand this higher science, how you exist, like the wave gets to know it's an ocean, it is not just a wave. It can manifest any number of wave and do any number of castle and any number of things without the insecurity or the greed. If you know, for simple example, you are the owner of the factory, of a chocolate factory, you can change the chocolate into any way. You can have as many as you want. You will not lose out of the job. Nothing is going to happen. You know you are the owner. Same way, when you know you are Paramashiva, you know nothing can be lost. You are the whole. You are Napurnatva. Nothing can be taken from you. Then you cannot be absolute. Absolute means nothing that can be taken out. Life is not hypocrite. Life is no hypocrisy, Bhagavan says. It is complete and it is a whole. If you recognize that, like how you wake up from your dream, even the worst accidents and worst things that you have lost, you come back to the reality. You know that you are just there without anything. You don't run to a hospital, you don't run and try to fix anything. You know that was just not real. Same way, we see all even dead people in our dream. So you know they exist. You know you exist. Only thing you recognizing that is the way you exist, and not engage with the identities that you carry. When you withdraw from your identities, just by detoxing your body, the more and more you detox your body, the reactionary assumption settles down. Bhagavan says 6 months taking the castor oil will make you understand that there is no reaction at all happening. It was the parasite was jumping in your head. Now they say science, the gut bacteria runs your brain 90%. If it is running 90%, then where am I? The only thing helps us by detoxing. And now the science is telling us that if we do fasting and take a cold water bath when you are in a survival mode, we are expanding our life. The same thing when Bhagavan says, do the kumbhaka, trineta kumbhaka, taking 3 times the oxygen, the prana, and pushing out the carbon dioxide, simply makes you live longer. The pranayama does that. Bhagavan says, achapa japa, which puts you into the highest reality. Again, the science is now finding out that when you chant the Om, it's simply the infinity symbol which is there. All this science is trying to catch up, which Bhagavan has given the simple changes in our lifestyle. Living the way Bhagavan says, Guruvak is the ultimate. When you start living all this detox program and the simple things, that simple integrity, simple obedience, we can manifest huge reality. We ask for our health, our wellness, our family wellness, all that, forgetting in the dream how much ever you ask is not going to happen, but how much ever you recognize your space, you can manifest. It is you who is to manifest. It can be, life is a big tatastu, it gives a blessing, but who is to receive and manifest? Like you are a huge station. You can receive it when you tune your station to the highest cosmic station and receive the whole input. But you have to switch on and download the app and get it ready for the whole channel to download in your space. The same way how Bhagavan is giving us all tatastu for all our problems. But we have to take the responsibility to detox ourselves and start manifesting the powers of Paramashiva, start engaging ourselves into the inquiry that Paramashiva is our original space. Then who is that? Who's now experiencing all this? When we start living and sharing as Paramashiva, we will recognize it. Because it is a mind, it has to recognize again and again doing it. Only then it recognizes what you're searching for. If you're searching for something outside when something inside you have lost, you can never get it. That is what Bhagavan says. By manifesting power, more and more you are raised to the higher frequency to recognize your Paramashiva space. Now let's chant the Mahavakya continuously and with a deep listening to manifest the power of clairvoyance. We can have the same person or call up a different person, and we'll tell them that we are going to identify the taste of what they are having as their meal. So let's start chanting the Mahavakya to experience this beautiful space of oneness with Paramashiva.
Paramashivoham. Om Nithyananda 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 Paramashivoham. Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Let Paramashiva's third eye manifest in all our third eyes. Let the Amrita pour, let the Varni open up, manifest in all of us. Let Paramashiva overflow, manifest the powers in all our third eyes. Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham. 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 Om Nithyananda Paramashivoham.
Verification process. Verify no video editing is done.
Beautiful. The verification and sharing is the most important. Make sure authentically you verify the details in tinyurl.com/powermanifestation. You can see how thousands of people have shared their experience. When you share in physical reality, in the words, in physically, and go back and read it, you will start experiencing more and more the Paramashiva space. If you read a book on ghost, you will see that anything moves, the air moves when you're completely alone. you will start thinking of it. Same way, when you start sharing that you are Paramashiva, again and again, you will start recognizing your higher self. It is simply our mind understands when we put it in words, we share it in physical form and go back and see, hey, yes, last month I have shared 6 times. That's amazing. I have experienced this powerful cognition. Yes, I have experienced these powerful manifestations. And these darshans have manifested in my life like this experience. All this that you share again and again, recognizing the Paramashiva space and giving more weight to Paramashiva space again and again. When we get something, we think we have achieved it. But when we lose something, we blame it on Paramashiva. It should be the other way around. We have to take the responsibility that everything that happens is auspiciousness and everything is beautifully manifested in us as we perceive it. We have the choice to perceive or delude ourselves into the pain. When Bhagwan was asked how he perceives the whole prosecution and even assassination attempt, he didn't even know that there is a problem. He said, oh, it's like that. I don't perceive it like that. I see that only Paramashiva is recreating a lot of things. That's all. I don't see as a problem or as a pain or struggle, because he sees Paramashiva in every action, every thought, every word, and every one. He sees only as Paramashiva. Such a beautiful space that each one of us can experience when we start following this simple integrity and simple obedience. And whatever you offer, you see the $sign, you can offer your gratitude, contribute to Paramashiva. In each of the temple, each of the religious activity, we offer something so that all that what we vote for becomes our reality. The more and more we vote for Kailasa by contributing, we become Kailasa ourselves, because that is the ultimate what we stand for. People stand for building huge buildings, making huge breakthroughs in the outer world. When you stand for Paramashiva as the inner world, you are going to gain all the outer world and the inner world. So with the deep gratitude and surrender and deep earning Paramashiva as my existential reality, thanking Bhagavan and thanking all of you, hundreds of you who manifest all these powers of Paramashiva. And today being the Global Peace Day, such a beautiful space that all of us have created, contributed as Paramashiva as our reality. Continue to stay in that beautiful space. Thanking all of you here. And with that deep gratitude, let's end the session with the Purna Mantra. Om Purnamada Purnamidam Purna Purnamudashyate Purnasya Purnamataya Purnameva Vashishyate. Om Shanti Shanti Shanti. Hari Om Tat Sat Sarvam Bhagavate Sri Nithyananda Paramashivam Padukarpanamastu. Om Nithyanandam. Thank you, everybody. See you after the next darshan or satsang in Kailash Courtyard Manifesting Past session. Thank you. Don't forget